unifying roof that is kind of reflecting the qualities of the landscape.
Moving on to the more technical aspect of our project, our structural scheme is supposed to work towards an idea that our building is made up of smaller pods of program, and each pod is enveloped within these load-bearing stone walls. And we wanted the overlapping trellis roof to be held up by these load-bearing walls, so kind of showing these really heavy members, which are the walls, holding up this really light trellis structure. And so our structure is made up of a prefabricated aluminum trellis that rests on column supports, which those supports rest on steel wide flanges. That would then be on top of the load-bearing wall. So that's how the trellis is held up. And then each building structure it has its own roof structure, which is held up by steel joists, which are also connected to those load-bearing walls. And then we added extra structure with implementing a 10 feet column grid. That is just in the perimeter of our buildings, and all resting on 3 concrete floor slabs that change elevation depending on what the program is on the elevation.
So this is just kind of a technical wall section and a couple of details that highlight the stone veneer wall that Maria briefly discussed. This is just kind of highlighting a feature that we have, which we can talk about a little bit more in our lighting plan, but we have these kind of large skylights that run the perimeter of every single building. So we kind of wanted to just highlight how the wall assembly works and how that skylight begins to be connected within the system of the building.
And then here showing a different detail showing how the trellis connects back to the wall. And like I said before, it's this prefabricated aluminum trellis that rests on the columns, which would rest on these beams that would then rest on the wall, on the top of the wall. So it's the trellis structure is separate from the building the structure itself. And then here's a smaller detail showing a spa section cut. And showing how our spa concrete slab is separate from the rest of the building slab, and showing how that's constructed. We really wanted to add a stone tile to the, inner perimeter of the pools. And so this is a detail showing that in the spas.
This is just kind of a small feature that we have within our project, which is kind of these planters that also act as handrails. So this is just kind of an axon and elevation breaking down that and kind of a visualization, so you can imagine that.
Yeah, since our project is very open through the circulation, we wanted to emphasize a lot of landscape and incorporate a lot more nature within our building. So this was a way that we found. Moving forward to our mechanical, we wanted to implement radiant heating and cooling throughout each separate program, and also to the points where there would be a lot of circulation, or I guess like where people would be staying at the most. So around the pools, we added some radiant heating and cooling. So in the winter, whenever you're using these amenities, you're not freezing the entire time. But it is, all of the circulation spaces are open. So we're imagining that people, if they do come in the winter to use these programs, while they're going to be outside for the circulation, once they come in, it'll be warm again. And then we wanted to implement our duct, our ducts in the floor instead of the roof, because since we don't have a uniform solid roof structure, we wanted to implement the ducts through the floors instead.
This is just kind of a breakdown of our plumbing system. The 1.4 acre pool that we have adjacent to our building not only serves a recreational purpose, but it also acts as a retention pond in lieu of the water being run off into Blue Hole. So this just kind of shows how we have a rainwater harvesting system where we can begin to collect rainwater through a gutter and piping system that runs within our walls into a catchment basin, filter the water for other uses on our site, such as laundry, watering the plants in those planters, or for the toilets or showers that we have. That can also begin to make its way into the retention pond, which is our also recreational natural pool. This is kind of a breakdown. Besides those integrated skylights that we highlighted in our wall section, we wanted to incorporate also 8 different types of lights. This is kind of a reflective ceiling plan, and then our floor plan. There are a lot more lights on the floors and walls than there are in the ceiling, not only because the circulation is very open and a lot of sunlight peeks through our trellis, but we wanted to accentuate the materiality with lighting and also highlight the modes of circulation, kind of this linear path by highlighting the walls and placing most of our light fixtures on the walls and floors. And then this is kind of where we conclude our presentation with our render. So this kind of shows the entrance to Blue Hole, where you can kind of see the changing room and then kind of our adjacent landscaping that we wanted to incorporate.
And then this is the changing room and admin hallway, where you can see the changing room on the left and the admin building on the right. And so the main point of entry of our building. I just wanted to highlight that these renders are arranged sequentially in our project. So this is kind of what a visitor would see as if they were going into our project. So once you enter, you go through the changing rooms, and this is kind of our little skylight feature, and you were kind of thrust into the rest of the program of the complex. And so after the changing room, you would see the main throughway that would take you to the programs on the right, and then also to Blue Hole. And then on the left, you see that lounge area that you can also access. And there's the pool on the left. And then this
is kind of a breakdown of that lounge area. It highlights a snack bar, that kind of lounging pool, and then the spa,
and the spa, it becomes a more individualized space that you would enter, and it has big windows that would highlight the landscaping that's across the building. And we also have a smaller, shorter wall that would create some privacy for the spa, since they face out onto the road. So we wanted to create a little barrier there.
And this is kind of where we conclude our presentation. This is kind of showing the building and then the path to the adjacent pool. And then kind of concluding our presentation, I just wanted to say that, like, as we begin to examine the site, we can draw parallels from our design to the landscape. The parallels result in a smaller complex that provides the layout, structure, and materials for our design. And our wall in the center essentially becomes a reflection of the highlights of Blue Hole Regional Park, with a pool and supporting recreational activities. That's it. So that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments?
Can I start by some questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this pool entry for free?
No,
Is it
the park charges a fee to use the existing Blue Hole pool. So we are also wanting to charge a fee to use our complex. And so that admin building would also serve for new visitors to get by a ticket. The admin building that's right next to the changing room.
Okay, you didn't say that, because that is one of the major experiences. I'm a big fan of spas. I have to say that. I'm one of your target audience, and I'm also in the age bracket you've mentioned. So I'm not in the average, I'm there, right? so when you, and I know one spa sort of thermal bath area in the US, which is Aguas Caliente in New Mexico. And that whole experience of just getting there, right? And how you sort of get acquainted with how this thing operates. I mean, you talk about it as if it is if everybody knows what to expect. And I think the journey into something like this spa should also be about exploration. And that's why I asked, because you didn't really talk about the arrival of somebody who has never been to Blue Hole like me.
Okay, I definitely agree. I think Blue Hole Regional Pool is more of a hidden gem in Wimberley. I mean, I've lived in Austin for like the past 5 years, and I haven't heard of it until this project. So I think we kind of implemented our design with the assumption that the main people who would be experiencing this aquatic and wellness center are people who are native to Wimberley and who have been visitors to Blue Hole.
Yeah, but I think it's something.
I think it's really important
to add that.
Yeah, okay, because you want to keep it your own little thing, right? You don't want to make it a national landmark. Because that would require a different entrance. So that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
And also, the second question, and this is because you're showing this final picture, which was a little, I'm not quite sure what to make of it, because the first images you share, is it a wooded area or is it like this open? I'm not 100% clear. And again, I don't know your area as well. And then I can actually respond to how the building sits in the landscape when I know what the landscape is.
No, it's definitely wooded. I can share the site plan to kind of see the trees. So yeah, you can see some of the trees in the background. It's definitely heavily wooded, yes.
Okay, so that last image is a little deceiving, right? To somebody who's, I mean, I've been to Austin, but I've never been to Wimberley. So I imagine, and this is actually really interesting. Now I can start making some comments, because you're putting this bar into a very wooded area, right? And there were some images where it's kind of hard to see how this thing sits there, right? There's an elevation where it kind of it's sort of back and forth between, it's hard to see which is building, which is landscape, right?
Okay.
But it is a very strict geometric move. There are trees and there's landscape, but you're making something very straight.
Yeah, that was our idea, is to make something very linear that would draw parallels to both our new introduced pool and the pre-existing Blue Hole.
That indicates a very important and very direct sort of relationship to the landscape, which I think, that is the starting point of how it's kind of the plain and the undulating landscape, right? And my question now is, how does that relationship with that plane, and I imagine that the roof is covering everything, that's kind of horizontal, and then there are open spaces which are not conditioned,
Correct.
and just these boxes with different program, right?
Correct.
So, correct. Okay, so now I understand where you're coming from. How does that sort of horizontal, Miesian gesture of the roof over the landscape and the plinth underneath, which is like the podium, how does that relate to the main sort of, it's all in water, how does the aspect of water come into these two, the sort of the plane, which is the roof, and the undulating surface of the existing landscape? How do you play that off with the main theme of the project, which is water? It's not a mechanical sort of, here's my plumbing diagram, but how do these two main gestures relate to water in your project? I would like to learn more about that.
Maybe you could show the site plan.
Yeah,
I think that would be
helpful. Yes, I can show
There.
right here. So we have, I think the main idea of our project was really to connect these bars in plan, and then to keep it very low because of all the wooded area. We didn't want to create such a tall and imposing building. And so whenever we separated it out into different pods and then just created that linear roof over it, it was just meant to create like I guess like a shading device over the program, and then also to accentuate those viewpoints out into the rest of the site.
Right. I think whenever we began to design our center, we kind of imagined the building and the 1.4 acre pool that we were supposed to introduce almost acting as like a little mini campus complex for the site, you know, instead of blue hole and the adjacent recreational activities that are scattered within the site. We wanted to encompass all of these wellness programs into one centralized location for those visitors.
Yeah, but I think given to what you've mentioned, we like with the aspect of water, I think our one main aspect would be the 1.4 acre pool that is mimicking what Blue Hole is doing with its pool in its little front yard. But we could have definitely added maybe some more water connection.
I completely agree. I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't, you know, the pool is the main feature. And you don't really talk about it as an architectural element in your project. For example, I wonder if the pool is so important, why the roof does not interact with the pool.
Interact more. I think we wanted to create like our building right here creates a little pavilion overhang, and so we wanted to just create like a little, basically like a porch for the pool. But still have open spaces that people could utilize to just rest and lounge too. But I think, to create more of a shading connection to the pool might also be really nice.
I think we wanted
you didn't really say, and this is feedback I hope you can take into your portfolio, as I hear you are working on your portfolio afterwards. To somebody, I mean, I've been to Texas, but Texas has many different climates.
Right.
So Austin, I believe, is the dry side of Texas, right?
I would say yes.
Yeah. You didn't really say that when you shared your climate diagrams. You said we looked at the sun rays and the shading and the minute max temperatures and the rainfall. But you a little bit of the data would help somebody who's outside to understand what your main climatic challenges is. And I assume, because those two solar diagrams were completely red, right? You need shading 365 days a year.
Right.
Yep.
So that roof idea, you know, if that expands also into where people are actually lounging in the water, I think that would really sort of give, you know, you're making a building and you're making water pool. It's very distinct. And
I think that's an excellent point.
I think we lost Ulrika.
you're trying to do underneath already to sort of have this woven, if that could also happen in section. I just wonder if you thought about that. That this pool is a space to actually, you are in the pool for reprieve, right? You want to be in that pool because it's so hot out there, right? This is not a thermal spa like in Switzerland or in Iceland, where you go in the pool and it's cold outside and you want to sit in the, you won't go to the pool because you want to cool off, right?
Yeah.
So that's my first sort of spatial question, is why these two elements are so separate. It looks from the plan as if you have a building and a pool, but you actually have these interactions between different areas of engagement with water, and then there's some areas which are conditioned for other stuff. Right. So that's my first comment, and I can then we can start about more the sort of how you actually executed that. But that's sort of architecturally, I wonder if there is more opportunity for fluidity in the spaces you created.
I think we appreciate that.
Maybe what would help, I mean, I totally agree with Ulrike's points, and I think she gave you great points for reflection, but, the way you explain even the arrival, when we enter the building and we see on one side kind of offices, and then directly we enter the changing rooms, that one aspect, for example, of, what do we know about the building when we arrive there? Would there be maybe another way to welcome people before? This looks like for someone who goes there, every day, and I have my pass, and I just go there and I go through all the motions, and here I am. But it's true that for someone who arrives for the first time, it's a little bit difficult to understand what's going on. And on one hand, it's interesting that you're actually hiding it, like you have to pass through that filter and then you discover this world. But a little bit of a welcome initially, I think, would help. So that's just maybe like a small programmatic issue.
Right.
I think it would be great if you engaged more with the topography. You mentioned water drainage. You mentioned, it's in your drawings. Your drawings are incredibly comprehensive. There's a lot of information there. But it would be really great to see how those subtle changes in the topography, that is not going, from what I understood, exactly parallel, kind of sloping down towards the river. It's slightly different. That could have influenced somehow the organization of your, maybe the volumes, even if you wanted to maintain that Mesian, canopy that unifies everything, the volumes could have reacted to that a little bit more. Maybe the pool could have reacted to that, and, to the existing vegetation. So I agree that there could have been a little bit more openness in the way you approach the formal organization of the building, and a little bit more integration with the site. One very quick comment that's nothing to do with that I wanted to make is, at some point when you were talking about your very detailed understanding of the structure and construction method, it seems, if I understood correctly, that you said you had load-bearing walls, but at the same time, when I looked at your drawings, it actually looks like we're dealing with a frame that is cladded with stone. And insulated internally. So I wonder whether, it's just either I misread it or it's some kind of a more mixed system. But I think what would be really interesting for you to, in general, kind of maybe pause for a moment and ask yourself about integrating some of the material thinking more into your project from the point of view of sustainability. I mean, you're looking at lighting, you're looking at maybe not at humidity, but other aspects of kind of how the building operates and the mechanical systems. But thinking a little bit more about what's your attitude towards materials, other than aesthetic and other than what they do to you traditionally, in order to have that canopy, to have those walls. Why do you choose those materials, and what are their impacts, and why this insulation and not a load-bearing wall, for example, and really fighting to have, a solid timber, solid stone wall, and then understand how that would be modulating your dynamics. I think it would be an interesting kind of step ahead into thinking about the materiality of it.
Yeah, thank you.
So I have just a couple of comments. I realize we're probably running short on time, but Ulrike and Alex had some great comments. So I'll just build on a couple of those. One is, I was thinking of Alex's comment about the overall structural logic, and not just for the sake of the performative aspect of the structure, but it could really make a difference in terms of the experience of balancing heavy and light composition. And your partie were to be mostly in section, and it were about pushing and pulling and carving into the earth a bit for the management of water, and then lifting up this super shed that modulates light and creates this microclimate, and then all of your volumes nestle between that. It seems as though you could use something like ICF or some type of thicker wall system, not only for the performative aspects of being able to have the thermal, managing that thermally or integrating each of the components, but then that would create large portals that you carve into each of those masses, and you would rather than the more or less typical thinness that you would have with the stick framing that you're showing, or the individual member framing. So that relates to the larger point that I'd want to make. Because I think the strongest part of your project is the massing diagram and the which sets up a great opportunity for these indoor-outdoor relationships by having that super shed, that larger trellis structure. That works really well. I think the two parts where it could use more work, part of it's been spoken about already in terms of the entry sequence and also the exit. If you go to the floor plan that shows the entire, this one, yes. So there's clearly some consideration on the right side in terms of the entry, in terms of how the form begins to ripple to acknowledge that entry. But mention the exit on the left side, it's just the end of a corridor there that just that double-loaded corridor that just pops out the end. And there would be the same opportunity to really open that up and allow some of these formal moves, some of the different geometries that you're introducing to make that as special on that end. So I think just in terms of that relates a bit to the overall experience. And then if you do go to the very last rendering, I did have the same thought. Ulrika thought that it seemed as though this was a different context because you just haven't overlaid yet the rolling landscape to the left side. I think that's really important. But this also starts to show a bit of the oversimplicity of this trellis. And this is not just a structural comment. But in architecture, one of the big moves that you'll go for is either to aim for thinness or thickness quite intentionally or some variation thereof. And the thinness of the supports for this trellis are quite unconvincing. It seems as a bit unbelievable. You could achieve that thinness on the very edge, but then we need to taper down and become a bit thicker in the center, which could be fine. Again, it could create an interesting dynamic here. And likewise, you could consolidate some of the way this entire trellis works and how it touches down to those load-bearing walls rather than being these, let's say, studs or almost struts that stick out and support the trellis. And so I think this is a place to be able to talk about the entire composition, right? Because this is a bit of your partie of that carving into the earth, lifting up this trellis, these elements that sit between. But those elements are awkwardly almost close. They're so close to the trellis, the vertical walls, that it almost seems as though they should touch or be pulled down low. Like one of the two would be happening. It's almost an awkward distance to where how would you even clean out leaves and different components to go one way or the other, I would think. And I think that, so anyway, I think this is a good image to end on once you've worked, especially in your portfolio, once you've worked on it more, because this tells a bit of the story of your massing strategy, the experiential components, the site plan, how water could move through it a bit as well. Maybe this even becomes a little bit of a section perspective. If you do the wall on the far right side and you're seeing a bit of that wall makeup and underneath to Ulrika's point of how does the water funnel underneath this could maybe become a section perspective that helps to tell the whole story. Because I think you have a lot of sophistication in this project, but it's spread out across all of it. And when you ultimately want to pull this into your portfolio, you won't have 40 pages in your portfolio. Right. You're gonna have to find ways to consolidate some of these. And this might be the image that you start to work on and build in some of the information that you've worked on before and just refine some of the other components. But congrats.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Those are great comments, and we're right on time. So it's now 10:44. And so I think we're moving to the next project, which is Ramsey and Andrea.
Thank you for your time.
Hi. Hi. I'm Ramsey. I'm Andrea. Okay. Okay. Is that, oh wait, is that the right screen? Can everyone see the?
It says Vitality Spring.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So. There we go. So we began our semester by evaluating the larger context of Blue Hole Regional Park within Texas and its connection to the Blanco River and the context of swimming holes in Texas and the role that they've played for native Texans. And so I think that this sense of exploration and celebrating the environment and the role that water plays in these ecosystems really played a really important role in our design process and was something that we wanted to hold on to throughout the whole semester. This shows some of the precedents that we've been looking at. On the top, primarily looking at shading because it's Texas and you need a lot of shade, and tying into regional materials. So we really wanted to focus on using limestone because it's local. And then on the bottom, these examples tie more into the landscape and using natural vegetation and just relating to the site to celebrate that Texas landscape.
So in our visit to the site at Wimberley, one of the things we noticed of the site is that most of the things already built there were very like from the land. And in the top left picture, you can see that's the upper level of the site, and that's where we decided to place our building. It also serves as a water field right now, like water filtration field right now. And oh yeah, that's just some more pictures of the site. Yeah. So the original entrance road, if you can see from the bottom left corner, that's where we entered to like the site currently. And we decided to build a new entrance road that comes from the top and is more direct in the building, so that we don't have as many cars like circulating around the trails and more near the blue hole. And here we can see more closely, we developed like a new parking lot right beside the site and kept the fields also for the soccer fields because they were already there, and we decided we didn't want to go and like remove all the green area and landscaped with local plants also the upper part of the area that gives like a continuation to the already existing hiking trails. This is just like a site section. As you can see, we're on the upper level of the site. And here we can see we decided to use PV panels. This is just like a ceiling roof plan, and how the new parking lot is incorporated with the building, and well, the new hiking trails are also migrating out of the building.
There was an existing hiking trail to the north of the building, and because we turned that into a road, we diverted that hiking trail to the south of the building through the wildflowers and native plant garden that we've added. So this shows that western facade entry to the building and our manifesto, which is, I'll read it really quickly, that Blue Hole Regional Park currently faces issues of overcrowding. Cypress Creek is becoming increasingly polluted and unstable. So this intervention will draw traffic from the Blue Hole swimming area by creating a commodity which allows the user to experience a series of natural spring water pools and witness ecological reparations occurring while enjoying top-notch amenities such as Turkish baths, saunas, and yoga classes. Filtration of water occurs throughout the building, and the project's position on high ground facilitates drainage to Deer Creek and easy wastewater removal to the new sewage disposal greenhouse to the east. The minimization of the building footprint, use of solar panels, and the water filtering garden with native plants further promotes the ability of this building to improve the environmental conditions of the site. After filtering through the building, users leave the project feeling refreshed and invigorated in their appreciation for nature. So these show really quickly on the left our initial way that we began to organize the space was to separate it into two buildings, one for amenities and one for support spaces. And then that also allows users to enter and pay their park fee and go straight to the pools at the end, or they can enter, pay their park fee and go to the spas or go to the locker rooms, and they get to choose their path in a way that we thought was efficient. And then on the right, just because we don't have our old drawings all pinned up. We wanted to include kind of where we started at the beginning of the semester with green roof and, then moving through to want to allow wind to travel through the building on nice days and allow sun access with and more shade. And then where we ended up was on the bottom. So this shows our project situated within the site.
For our project, we kind of drew inspiration from the Narrows. And so just like the water cycle, the rain falls and flows through a river, percolates through the rocks, and then rests in
Like an aquifer.
And so in our project, the water falls from the roof and flows through the central axis and falls through the central kind of stairway towards the lower, like below level underground pools. And it's just like a visual representation of how the water flows through our project. Material wise, we decided to go with a lot of like local materials. So we have limestone, cross laminated timber, redwood for the interior of the saunas, and black pebble rock just for the sake of landscaping. We're also using double pane glass windows, obviously, to
Recycle red.
with Texas heat. And this just shows the division, kind of like a party diagram showing the division of our program. And the circulation just accentuates the central axis of the two buildings and circulation between them and among them.
So this is the ground floor plan, which shows the way that the sidewalks enter the building, and then that central courtyard and different ways to access. On the south side building, there's the spas and yoga gym on the right, and then on the north side building, you can see the entry office, and then the locker rooms, and then snack bar and office spaces on the further north side. And then this is that underground area with the indoor pools, and then how it exits into that carved out courtyard in the middle. These are sections. Begin to understand that courtyard between the buildings and the exterior spring-fed pools in the way that the access travels through the center. This begins to show some of our water systems. So piping up water from Cypress Creek and collecting rainwater, and then how it travels through the building and is filtered, enters the spring-fed pool at the end. And then once that water is dirty, it goes to the greenhouse for filtering on the east side of the site. And then that clean water is then used in the spas within the building.
These are just some of the elevations of our building. So from the north facade, we can see the building, and then it's kind of fenced out because for the spring pool, we decided it was just because of the entry and like the ticketing and whatever, we had to like close it off with a lower limestone wall and kind of barrier, but it's still surrounded by like nature and stuff, so it's not supposed to be as aggressive. And for the east and west facades, this is the shorter side of the building. You can see the central axis, the water flowing, the two roofs coming together towards the center.
This is a view from that farthest east side of the pool. Looking back at the pavilion, which provides shade and allows for gatherings through the whole year, and seeing the building with the spas on the far end. And this is a building section and section perspective through that central courtyard. We really wanted to emphasize the way that we think, design the roofs this way in order to bring all the rainwater to that central axis and emphasize the role that it plays in our building and in the experience.
You might also add to the point that you're pumping water from the gray water tank back up to the roof. So when it's not raining, that rainwater shower is constantly there.
Right, right. Which also acts to cool that courtyard space, especially in the summer. We have this is the south wall of the building cutting through the upper floor and lower floor structural details.
This is one of the hallways running through the north, south side,
south building.
South building. And this part of the building has mostly spas, hydrotherapy rooms, wet saunas, dry heat saunas, and it has this like open air not courtyard, just like hallway where people walk through and then enter all of these different spas.
This is the underground pool area. So looking back towards the stairs, an entry. And then the skylight also emphasizes that axis, which continues out towards the exterior spas.
So for our structure, we used metal roofing, wood lamp glue lamp beams, and concrete walls. So our underground is more of like a stereotomic structure with concrete, and above ground we have a tectonic structure with CLT and limestone cladding. And in the roof, you can also see the CLT panels.
Shows on the left is fresh air circulation, and then on the right is radiant cooling and heating pipes, which are in the floor slabs of each level. And then some picture selection and lighting, and then fire exits. And this is from that walkway from the building to the exterior spa, looking out over the pavilion.
So this walkway has like a glass.
You can see the water
walkway, so,
flowing underneath you as
you're
you
not
walk.
walking in the water.
Yeah. So it's really emphasizing that like visuality. So, but that's it. That's everything that we have.
Great.
Sorry, my mic was muted. A quick question. So water, of course, plays a crucial role here in the way, you're shaping the roof, the way you're taking through the building and to this pool. And it's all very beautiful. And I think, it promises a lot. I wonder whether there could be a way to somehow integrate your project better or stronger with the larger kind of water system that you mentioned in the beginning. But to me, there's a little bit of a gap between, that large system of creeks and rivers and potentially places where you're actually taking water from in order to have a natural spring water pool, which I think that's what you're aiming at. But it's unclear how your specific choice of the site might actually be influenced by that kind of a decision of, where the water is coming from, what is the topography, and is this all happening by gravity, or there is like a whole system of pumping? I would really want to understand that and see that really become part of your large scale thinking about siting and, the insertion of the building into the landscape. And also maybe the articulation of the pool itself in relationship to the source of water. I understand that, a lot of the water that you collect in the middle comes from rainfall, or as Michael mentioned, is recycled when there is no rain, but that it's still quite a small portion of the water, right, during the year. So is there anything you can add about that? Or maybe I misunderstood something also.
No, good question.
Can you maybe rephrase your question, or like, are you asking more?
So maybe to ask a very straightforward question: if your pool is natural, it uses a natural spring water. Where does the water come from, and how does it get into the pool? Considering differences of height or gravity necessary, or pumps, or
So the main water source is piped water from Cypress Creek, which is where Blue Hole swimming hole is located. So, and that's at a lower elevation, so it is pumped up. But once it reaches that higher elevation of our site, it's able to mostly use gravity in order to flow through the building into the outdoor pool, and then the movement from our site to the greenhouse where it's filtered and processed to go back to the creek is
Can you
also
show the
downhill.
site plan?
Yes. Yep, it's loading. There we go. So this greenhouse here is on a lower elevation. So once it's at this high elevation, it's able to travel down to the greenhouse easily.
So I think what would make your project stronger was to actually integrate and indicate on your drawings, but really integrate into your project the entire process of actually taking water, explaining how it gets to the greenhouse or whatever it is that filtrates the water and how it ends up in the pool. And then maybe that would make you also question the exact position of the intervention, right? Since this is like the main fuel that you're getting from the landscape is the water.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. That's helpful. Thank you.
I was going to emphasize that same point. I was thinking, and I would actually say it this way, that you could almost present your entire project in reverse. Instead of, the way you presented it generally was talking a bit about the site and the surroundings, and then arriving at your program, how you've organized the program, and then later, here's how the water fits into all of this. But instead, if you were to show, here's how the water system works, here's how we've designed this water system, and here's how a form complements that, and slips between those things, that I think would be a much more powerful way to get that point across, and hopefully more accurately represent the way that I think what Alex is hoping to hear, that it was genuinely a driver all the way through, and not something that has had to fit into it, after the fact. And so I wanted to add that was one of the main things I was thinking through all of this. I don't know if you have more points, Alex, go ahead.
No, you put it really well. Thank you. Much better than me. But I think what would be really great to see, it's almost like a diagram, a large, territorial scale diagram that explains all these water processes and how they relate to topography, to changes of, height, to direction of the flow of the creek, right? All of that would be really interesting to see. And then, as Matt said, then the building would kind of emerge from that, or would become a moment in which you're building like human activities into the flow of the water. Yeah.
Right. I think that's the best way to have a building that is as minimally impactful as possible, rather than to create the building and then try to go to all the work to try to make it disappear, is to first, that's a good verb, to how it emerges from all of these systems, how you're building it. And I wanted to mention that I think the strongest aspect of your project is restraint. You stuck with a minimal material palette. You stuck with a strict grid that you more or less held to. But the payoff of all of that, in my opinion, would be that it would then act as a foil to everything around it. That obviously there are no, as we can see here in this site plan, whether it has to do with the water flow or the trails or the roads, there are no orthogonal lines anywhere. And so by the hope would be that by introducing this orthogonal grid, that it would create this interesting contrast and allow the two to intermingle and mix and slip, and allow nature to slip into it sometimes and past it. It's a bit the way that minimal land art works. The work of Donald Judd is about introducing some regularity into the landscape, and then you notice that contrast of the undulating landscape around it and different things that change. And it's also a way to create speaking again of minimal land art, whether it's Carl Andre or Donald Judd, that allows for an in-between or a negotiator between the scale of the human body and the vastness of nature, sky and horizon and landscape. And that being the case, I think that your last image, where if you go to that last rendering, where you're showing that wall that folds in and effectively contains.
Yeah.
And this to me is So again, I think there's a lot of accomplishment throughout this entire project, a lot of sophistication. But this is where I would hope that this would show some dissolving of the edge of your grid system, where nature could then, mix into and mingle into your system. So part of the strictness of your grid is to show that contrast. And I think this feels much more like an exclusive country club pool, or something similar, where it's trying to wall off the surrounding, as though you might have a strip mall just behind this or something not far away. But in fact, it's a really wonderful view. So I would question that edge condition. And even if you hold that line as your edge condition, does it need to be introverted as much? And so on either side, really, maybe on one side, not the other, I don't know. But I think there's an opportunity for filtration that could happen in many different levels that is not quite capitalized on here. That you do achieve more successfully internally in the building when you're moving through the building, and you have the glazed elements and the wood and metal components that all mix together to allow you to see through different components. So I would suggest you try to do the same thing at the site scale as well.
Yeah, that's really helpful. We definitely, the earlier versions of our building did not have a big wall around it. So how sometimes you're like, wait, why did we do that?
Yeah, I certainly agree with everything's been said so far. And I think, like, fairly similar to the last project, the last image is not really helping you convey your main conceptual ideas. I don't know if that's the way you were asked to present the work, but then this last image on which we sort of focus should really sort of be like the final accord, right? Where all ideas come together. And I'm constantly looking at this guy or girl or whoever jumping from whatever this thing is, which sticks out, which I don't think has really anything to do with the project. Right?
Right.
Yeah. And I'm concentrated on this because it's in the center, right? All lines go to that. And sometimes visual language is just visual. I mean, it really helps, or this it doesn't destroy your project, but it focuses the project on an element which I don't think really matters that much. It might not even be, you didn't talk about it, that there is this final culmination where you jump off into the water.
Right.
But it looks like it, right? So as somebody who's not been part of the work, I was stuck at the end at this. And I also don't see the two roofs and the center line where the water falls in, which actually is very beautiful and could really work well in your climate, I think, if you know how much water you actually have. And I wondered, yes, that drawing, or the other one, which is more atmospheric. I wonder, I'm just curious how much rain falls in this location. How much do you have to recycle? How much energy that takes? You know, does it
32 inches a year.
Sorry?
32 inches a year.
That's not a lot, right? Is it a lot?
It's an average for West Texas. It's 8 inches, and Houston it's 60.
Exactly. Yeah, and in Iowa it's 48 or something. So, but how much of that, and that in and of itself doesn't even say much, right? It's a number, but for what you want to do in the building, how much of that rain can you actually use constantly? So what are the dry periods? When do you have to recycle? And that could really be, I mean, I heard at the beginning that you are not supposed to have any footprint on the landscape, right? So how much of that recycling needs actually energy, right? Because you have to get the water on the roof if it's not coming from the sky, right? So that process, if it takes up a lot of your footprint, is it worth it? Or is this a constant 32 inches, or is it just one monsoon rain, right? You know, that relationship to the landscape with the beautiful blue sky is not clear in the way you present it and could be really powerful, right? Is this a constant sort of drizzle? I don't think so, right?
I must
So-
say that the water in the pools comes from the creek, mostly, 99% of it.
Right.
Yes, that I understood that, but they have that beautiful idea about the rain curtain in the center sort of fold where did I completely misunderstand that?
No, you
No.
yes, you're correct.
Yeah, there is that space which is like you cut in the ground and the water falls in, and you say it's partially rainwater, partially recycled water, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Finding
and you need energy to get the water onto the roof if it's not coming from the rain.
That's correct.
That's correct, right?
But even to get the water from the creek to the pool, and that's because it's pumped, right? So all of that is again kind of going back to the same discourse of understanding the flow. And I think it in a way it connects to what Matt was talking about before about, you know, how you enclose the space and how you're blocking certain flows. If you try to think about the entire project from the point of view of the flow and how you aesthetically also emphasize this flow, many things would kind of unlock. You probably wouldn't have, you know, that building in the back that kind of goes against the flow, the person jumping against the flow. Maybe you wouldn't be blocking the view. You would be following the flow of the water getting out of the system and going back towards the creek, and maybe emphasizing all the directions in, you know, to kind of constantly return to that theme of the water flow. And then what Ulrike is talking about, the energy and pumping the water up to the roof would probably also come back. I think it's a really important issue to ask, you know, yes, I have 32 inches of water, but when is it? Most of the time when people go to swim, there is no water. Those two periods do not overlap, right? So in the period when we want to go swimming in the summer when it's hot, you will be constantly pumping water up there to have that effect, or you could also think about a way of rethinking your project where you're actually somehow communicating the fluctuations in the annual, you know, rainfall by accepting that this space will not always be flooded in the same way. And that could become part of the project. There is some kind of a signaling device. Yeah, and it would encourage people to go there in periods when it rains, because there would be something very particular happening, but not the same thing would be happening artificially, for example, during the dry summer month. So you could kind of rethink some of those dynamics also.
That's why everybody runs to the Pantheon in Rome when it's raining.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You rushed quite a bit too fast for me through your structural idea here, at least in the drawings. Maybe you talked about it. No, keep that drawing. Stay there where you were. The drawing you had, the waterfall and the timber. This is timber, right?
Yes.
Heavy mass. Yeah.
Right.
And what is the back? That ochre? That's adobe or
Limestone cladding.
limestone cladding. So limestone cladding would have a paneling also something, right?
Yeah.
So I just wonder how this evaporative cooling in that center space and the structure and the materials go together over time. You know, are you expecting the timber to turn gray? You know, like weathering is an important aspect when you have water involved. There's humidity in the air, water, also sun, right? You know, sun turns wood gray unless you paint it every couple of years.
Right.
Really critical. So I wonder how you think this space aging. I mean, I'm not saying that timber doesn't work or something. I just want to see how you feel that climate and the microclimate specifically, how that also changes the materials over time.
Yeah, I think all these comments are really right on, but I need to move us on. It's now 11:15, and so we have one more project to do. And I think we should move on to, I think it's Alex and John.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. That's helpful.
Hi.
Hi.
I'll
Oh,
show-
they're not together. They are separate.
Yes.
I once had students come from one screen suddenly appear in two screens. That was very disconcerting. They were actually in the same room, but they presented from two screens.
Well, unlike Iowa State, we've been online most of the semester.
Yeah. But they were still together in
Yeah.
the same room.
Yeah, those are roommates.
Yeah, but some of my roommates didn't show that they're roommates until after they presented, and that was even more strange. You know, it would be as if Alexandra would suddenly pop up in your screen.
Yeah.
You get really, whoops. Okay, sorry.
John, do you want to start off?
Yeah, so
I guess we can
I
introduce
guess,
ourselves. I'm Alex.
oh, I'm John. So when we were starting out the project, I guess when we went to the site and looked at the whole, the main experience, we wanted to create an experience that was specific to this site. So one of the main things we focused on was the feeling of being under the tree canopy while you're swimming, because that was a special experience that we thought was specific to Blue Hole. And then we were looking at how we could create that experience in this more artificial pool complex, and then how we could reintroduce some more natural landscaping to the site because it was just a field before. And then we were also focusing on the flow of water through the site. So because the water is being pumped uphill from the creek, we wanted gravity to mainly carry the water through the project. So, and we also wanted people to be able to experience the flow of water through the project, so it shows up in several places.
Okay, so as you guys know from the last two projects, we're located in Wimberley, Texas. These are just a few site photos to show where we placed our building on the site, and kind of a little bit of that dappled light in the upper left image that we wanted to take from for our project, and kind of the surrounding of nature and trees as you're in the Blue Hole. We wanted to get that feeling inside of the building also. So this is our precedent that we took from, or that we were very inspired by. This is Amangiri in Utah, and we really liked this feeling of something that's going with the landscape. In Amangiri, the building is going with these striations of the rock and the mountain behind it, and it's almost like the building is emerging from the landscape in a way. We really liked this natural material. It was this concrete with this kind of local aggregate mixed in, so it kind of matched the surrounding landscape, and it gives that feeling of of it emerging out of the landscape. And something we also loved was these spectacular views of the landscape, and just these really framed large views and windows that are throughout the building. And it's almost like the landscape is pushing into the building, and it's kind of coming out of it. So
this is a site plan of the site before our project. And so the ones are the existing soccer fields. And then over on the left-hand side, number 2 is where the Blue Hole's swimming area is. So this just shows kind of how it's a large, like blank spot in the middle of this larger park.
Another thing that we also have pulled upon is in between these two soccer fields, there's a grade change of about 6 or 7 feet. And we use that to our advantage with the large pool and the small pool, as you'll see. So this is just a site section that a basic site section just showing that grade change and showing where we placed our building within the site.
These are some preliminary sketches that we did for some of the initial concepts. And what we went with was kind of a juxtaposition between more solid walls. So we decided to go with we eventually switched to rammed concrete from rammed earth because just because of its structural ability and the way that it handles the moisture. But we really had started with these two elements as the more solid volumes and then a more tectonic canopy structure.
You can, at these small top diagrams, one is talking about this axis. So we really wanted this line to go from this retention pond at the beginning to the pool at the end. So seeing where the water starts and finishes. This is number 2 is a building, the building layout kind of. It's just a simple sketch of a courtyard and the main spa building and maybe like a pool house. And then number 3 is showing that axis also. So showing how the water is set up throughout and just showing how they're connected. And so now we're going to get into the building, and this is kind of showing, like as I said in the last one, showing this axis going down the middle of the building, starting with this kind of folding water pond at the beginning, surrounded by nature, and just showing these different stages that you're going to go through with the project.
This is where the water would be pumped up from the creek.
Yes.
So this is where you enter the project from the parking lot. And because the parking lot had to be on a different axis, we used this circle to kind of mitigate that turn into the project. But these are the retention ponds that would hold the water from the creek. So this is where the water kind of emerged at the top of the site from the creek.
So this is the roof plan. So you're seeing that parking lot come in at a different axis than the main building and the main structures. I want to show, you can't really see it right now, you'll see it later, but the louver system and this glass roof and this canopy that are above 1, 2, and 3 that kind of filter the light and give this dappled light effect in different places throughout the building.
Here in the ground floor plan, you can really see it with the gray where the water is emerging along that central axis down the project. So it starts in that circular tank at the beginning, and then it reemerges in the entry courtyard at number 3, and then again in the pools at number 7 and 8. And then at the end of that large outdoor pool, it's flowing back to the creek. So that's the end where the water would flow underground back out to Blue Hole.
This is showing the second floor, which is the only second floor part is number 1, which is these greenhouses. And it's also kind of connected to this water aspect because it is a means of filtering the water when it goes through the greenhouses and then it filters the water and it goes to the spa. So it's just another aspect of that water system.
And then here in the section, this is a section right down the middle of the building. You can again see how the water flows down the natural grade from the pool in the courtyard to the indoor pool to the large outdoor pool. And then you also start to see a little bit of that canopy system that will give us the dappled light effect on the interior, which you'll see later a little bit clearer probably. This is an elevation just kind of showing the materiality in the way that the site really didn't have a dramatic topography feature, but the way we're still attempting to have the building kind of flow with the landscape as it was.
This is just the building in sight, and just showing I think I want to show how it interacts with the different trails and how things connect to it through the parking lots, and just showing the nature and trees all around, kind of surrounding the building.
This section's a little bit more zoomed in, but it just kind of shows that, highlights that inner courtyard with the plantings and then the greenhouse above. Go to the next one. And then this one is an even closer view of specifically the spa building and the indoor-outdoor pool. The indoor pool kind of just flows straight outside, and then there's an infinity edge from that upper outdoor pool to the lower one. So when you're inside that space, you really get the feeling that this is like a continuous water system that's flowing down the grade.
This was kind of the spa building, but this is a section for just a visual trying to show you what we're kind of thinking of the spa building. It's a kind of an earlier concept, but we just want to show those rayon concrete walls and these kind of large lights, these large light wells that are in the ceiling. And these views, I want to show the views that we kind of mentioned in Amangiri.
This section shows the entry courtyard. So there's a walled garden in front, and then you pass through a thin gap in the front two administration buildings. And that's where you enter the courtyard. So there's also this concept kind of compression and release as you move through the project. So moving through a series of thresholds to get to the spa. And then this is a construction detail of the glass canopy system, which we referenced several Renzo Piano projects to try and achieve this, but we really wanted to create that dappled light effect above the indoor pool. So, but in Texas, that requires several layers of shading in order to have it be effective. So this kind of just shows all the different layers of that glass canopy system. Number 3 would be an aluminum panel that is perforated by a laser cutter that would give the dappled light effect. And then number 1 is the canopy above that is blocking most of the light. And then number 5, you can see the internal drains, how the water gets down off of the roof. And then this is a foundation detail. Because the roof is glass, the air ducts have to move through the floor instead. And then it's kind of pixelated, but a little more zoomed in version of the internal drain. And then this section is cutting through the spa spaces. So we're really exploring in this section how light enters from above. So you can see that there's several places where the ceiling doesn't quite meet the wall. That in those areas allowed the light to slip down the wall. So it really highlights the materiality of the rammed concrete. And then the Turkish bath is the taller volume that protrudes through the roof. And that just creates a more dramatic space for that spa activity. So yeah, this is just showing how the light enters at all those different points.
This is more of an entrance to the Turkish bath on the right, and just showing how the light at the end of the hallway comes through with that perforated metal, and also showing how the roof meets the Turkish bath, kind of not all the way aligned to it or all the way meeting it, so it can give this kind of lighting effect. And then you step into the Turkish bath, and this is more of that dappled light effect. That's bouncing off that rammed concrete, and you can see from above that's more or less what that perforated metal would look like. This is a fire safety plan, just showing all the exits and then the last three renders are kind of just showing this how you move through the space. So you're going from the beginning, middle to end. And as you can see, it's kind of this compression and release. You're going, these two walls and you're on either side of you kind of compress you and you're released into this large courtyard space. And then you're going into the building and you see these smaller pools in front of you, and you're looking out onto the landscape. And then last thing is when you're out into the landscape and you are at the end where that water is leaving back down into the other creek.
So yeah, those last three renders really highlight the main three spots where the water emerges along that central axis from beginning to end pretty much. This is the end of the water flow through the project basically.
And that is it. That is all we have.
Okay, great.
Because this is thank you so much for the presentation, but I just wonder, what is this person walking on?
They're kind of working on stones, some kind of stone.
And oh, sorry, it looks, there's an Escher effect. This is water reflection. It's not this kind of gorge like structural stuff. It looks like these are objects, but there's reflection. Sorry, there's a lot of interesting things in this project. I wonder if you did any daylight simulations for that roof so that you can actually say this works all through the seasons. Or not?
We did not do, I know we looked at certain spaces.
Or did you build a physical model to show these, how, do you know the Louvre in Abu Dhabi?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know how many layers of patterns there are to get the light down to the level to be not harmful for sort of the thermal condition in that space.
Mm-hmm.
It's like enormous, right? And this is really interesting design wise, and I'm not sure that one thin layer will do it, but I would love to see that you get this to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the idea is great.
Yeah, I definitely
This double light.
You had two layers, right? You had one thin layer and then you had a system of louvers, right?
And then the glass is fritted.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the 3D model, I did have to put multiple layers to get that effect and kind of a higher opacity glass on it. just so it wouldn't be so intense in the space. So I definitely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I just wanted to make you guys to understand and make this work, because I think the atmospheric idea is fantastic. I'm just a little doubtful that aesthetic, and you talk about, you reference Renzo Piano, and Renzo Piano, I don't think there are any surfaces in his daylight ceilings which are straight. They're all diffused curves. So that is a really intricate three-dimensional proposition, which I would love you to explore more. I just want to see this really coming to life. So it's great. I just want to see that these three layers make this condition, create this condition. So that's because I'm a big fan of daylighting. So, you know, and really sort of studying how it works. And so I just want you to be able to get this type of architecture built and then not be disappointed that it's too harsh, right? So that's my first major comment, because I think there are a lot of great things. I mean, you talk a lot about the flow. I was just confused about that last image, which looked like these were these sort of big elements, and that wasn't the case. So there's a lot of centrality in the project, but I think your last image actually shows that, you know, that apart from the front, which I think you might want to look with my eyes, that there's something happening with the reflection, which is a little off. But I think that centrality is really important here and relates to how you want the water to flow, because you actually show where you pump the water up in that pond, right? And then it sort of makes its way through the building. So that's very didactic also in the way you describe it. So I think that image here, although it's probably also less open around it, you probably need to show more trees in there, and you know, that dappled light condition is not in, it's actually inside other dappled light conditions. You're just sort of concentrating the dappled light, and then it becomes solidified in a building, right? This is not the Utah project. It's in a wooded area, as far as I understand.
Not this area. This is in where the open soccer fields were.
Oh, okay. So there are no trees around it,
Except the ones he's planning.
Yeah, we plan to put some trees around the building. Yeah.
Okay, so you're moving the dappled light from the lower part up into the building. Okay, I get it.
Shall I jump in, Matt?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Well, on this point that you mentioned, you know, Utah, this was something that I kept on thinking about, that your reference and singular reference is very powerful. And the choice of materials, the choice of formal organization, and it's everything. It embraces the landscape, right? We are in this arid landscape of you know, it's rock formations, and I think there is a slight discrepancy between, you know, what you are hoping to achieve in this very powerful project, very monumental, and the landscape that in which you're actually operating. And my worry is a little bit that there would be an unexpected contrast once this building, you know, was to be built, that you are not actually addressing in the project, but mainly in the way you're actually rendering it. There's something in, you know, in the choice of creating this beautiful monotone black and white images that kind of takes us back to the U-type landscape and atmosphere. But this is not the atmosphere of the place in which you operate. So I see a little bit of a contrast between a landscape that is quite delicate. It's not very dramatic. You know, it's a plain, it has some trees in the background, but actually it's there's nothing dramatic about it. And then your project is very monumental, it's symmetrical, it's almost classical in the way you develop it. It uses concrete, which even more emphasizes that kind of disconnection from the delicate nature of what surrounds you. So I wonder whether there could be some way of integrating these two things better, even if your idea is that of contrast. But I think that contrast should be a little bit more emphasized, maybe as a driver in your project. And maybe one way to create some form of integration would be actually to insist and work with rammed earth. And that could be stabilized rammed earth. If you go into the technicalities and you say, well, I cannot have normal rammed earth, it has to be stabilized. I know that this has been done more and more in Texas, but it would maybe allow you to somehow at least embrace the colors of the geological formations that you find in the area, by using as an aggregate, as the main component, something that is more local, and get away a little bit from the abstract nature of concrete.
Those of you who don't understand, for those of you who haven't heard stabilized rammed earth before, that just means you're putting a little Portland cement in the mix with the rammed earth.
Exactly, yeah. So anyway, so those are kind of some comments about the relationship between landscape and your project. And one final small comment I wanted to make is that when you talk about the greenhouses that are like the only element on the roof, but there's something I think that could be resolved in a more integrated way again, is the fact that the greenhouses, if the plants actually play a role in the filtration process, why do they have to be on the roof? Why are the plants not integrated into the sequence of spaces that you create as you approach the building? From that retention pond, maybe there could be plants there that are filtering water before it actually enters the building. It would both help you maintain the kind of horizontality and like the one level of the building, and not have these things pop up on top, but it also, I think, would work better functionally. And yeah, so those are just some of my comments.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
So thanks for the presentation. I think you've got some great comments already, and I have a couple that are maybe a little bit different in terms of how you might think about this project, both in terms of the larger idea and then down to the tectonics of how it's expressed and ultimately how this project lives on in your portfolio or whatever format might be the case. For me, the presentation and perhaps therefore the design feels a little too much like a collection of interesting things. And so whether it's the rammed earth walls, which have some sort of logic, or whether it's the horizontal trellises, if you back up a couple of renderings, there's the one that's more on the kind of the entry side when there's these are horizontal trellises, and then you have the curved louver forms, and then you have the skylights, the greenhouses. It feels a little too much, in my opinion, as a collection of things that are interesting that aren't quite integrated all together yet. And they might be a little bit more than I'm giving you credit for at that comment. But I would suggest that you do one of two things, that you either find a way to integrate these in with some sort of illustration or diagram in the beginning that talks about these different components that you're weaving together, and they set up these different moments and how they are related to a larger party or some larger organizational logic, or that you determine that one is the predominant one. For example, if you go to the section where we can see that sort of tapered skylight, here. One way to approach this project would have been to say that you're going to work with this stereotomic forms, these big masses of these rammed earth walls, and then you're going to create skylight conditions through the sectional maneuvers. So the plan might be very strict and along an axis and symmetrical on each side, but that perhaps you manage the daylighting by the way that you funnel the light to do with the different geometries. I would even have questions about how rammed earth would, I'm not sure how well it works in the way that you're showing it here. But apart from all that, that would be one way to approach it, to say this is a stereotomic approach, and that you can get is all the mileage you could possibly get out of of working with skylights, working with these apertures, which would be a little bit more like therm walls, a little more like xanthus therm, which doesn't have layers of louvers. It just does it through the geometry of the form. Or conversely, to where if you don't have this skylight condition, if all the walls are just at more or less at human height, and then you're dealing only with the louvers above and a language or regime of louvers that change in a few different places. So I would suggest one of those two directions in the way that you ultimately package this, because as it is, again, it's a collection of interesting things, and it ultimately leaves me feeling as though, well, I feel as though I'm trying to find a way to stitch them together and bring it to say, here's the bigger idea or the bigger way that this all works together. And so when I think about the plan, now if you go to the plan, where it is this very symmetrical layout along an axis, which is fine. There you go. But it's, there's some exceptions to the rule. In a few cases, you have overall some symmetry. And I guess what I'm getting at is if, for example, when we think about the Kimball by Kahn, which is symmetrical on both axes, and therefore, taking a very consistent module. And so you don't go quite as far as that. You break it down into a few different chunks. But if that's the case, then to explain that as to how this is set up for these different experiences, and therefore a different structural logic, a different type of massing, different louvers. And so maybe it's partly to do with just the way that it's ultimately put together and presented. But I've generally felt as though some of the details that you went into were interesting in and of themselves, and I appreciate the research into some of the piano sections and those types of things. But ultimately, it would be stronger if there were a way to tie it all together. And part of that has to do with, again, the presentation, the way that it's described, how you define the larger concept, how you diagram components, and then ultimately the sequencing of it. One last thing to do with the presentation is I think you buried the lead by putting those renderings all at the very end, the last 5% of your presentation. And I would recommend getting more mileage out of those and bringing them, foregrounding more of that, to talk about that in the very beginning, that this is about when you showed the precedents that you were exploring, to then show that you have taken inspiration from that, not only in terms of it as a material logic, but to begin to set up these unique experiences and organization of the program and the experience that gets down to the tectonics of how you support this structurally and so on and so forth. You could have your renderings in early on in the presentation to show this is where we're heading with this, as sort of like a trailer for a film, where it gives away a little bit of this is what we're heading into, as opposed to the way that you approached it, where you went it was so linear of working its way to the end, and then as though the experience was the last thing you considered. In fact, it was considered. So I've been bouncing around with some of these different comments, but I just want to mention that again, there are some really powerful moments here. And again, I just would encourage you to find a way to try to bundle it all together. And I know that part of that is even to do with just the teamwork and how your division of labor works, working in a pair for the first time through the entire semester and working remotely. There are constraints that come with this. And I recommend spending your time, any time that you spend on this collectively or individually, would have to be synthesizing rather than creating more stuff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we're definitely trying to tie together this overarching idea of water, connecting it and these like little snippets and details. So, just trying to figure that out.
Great. It's now 11:50. And so we have come to the end of our three presentations. I just would wonder, I think the reviewers are very clear and consistent in their criticisms and suggestions and insight about the flow, about context, about the tectonics. But I wonder if you all, as reviewers, have any parting comments overall that you would like to make towards the class.
I would just briefly say that I think this is a very rich studio topic, and water is obviously it's a very universal and timeless thing, but it's also quite timely and important in Texas at the moment, which is part of the premise of the entire studio. And I think each of you addressed that in different ways, and I wouldn't lose sight of that and find ways to on any project you approach in the future to ultimately try to think of what's the most critical element that your project needs to respond to. And I think that you all took that seriously and you know, tried to build off of that as a driver. And so I would just encourage you to keep that in mind, whether you're moving on to more studios or you know, graduating fairly soon, to try to pull back to what's the most pertinent issue and a relevant issue, and in this case, water being one that is very relevant, and you know, a good studio, so therefore a good studio topic and a good way to launch. And at the same time, not losing sight of all the minutiae and the details of all, you know, how all those work. It's easy to get caught up in those as little bitty projects within your larger project, but to try to think about those things holistically. But yeah, again, I enjoyed seeing the work. I thought there was a lot of accomplishments. So congrats.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always really impressed how much you managed to do in one semester, knowing that a project like that would be done by a team of multiple people, not just two of you. And, you know, working for the first time as a team, I know how that is really difficult, and addressing so many new things, such as, you know, the mechanical systems and, I don't know, fire exits and lighting, and just trying to fit all of this into the project, which can take away sometimes. I mean, you learn a lot by doing that, and it's important, but I understand also it takes away the time that you would maybe in another studio spend on digging even more into, you know, more architectural issues. So this complexity is really appreciated. I think, you know, now that you're more confident in dealing with so many issues at the same time, maybe try in the next project to keep on that focus of what are the key aspects that you're really trying not to just integrate, but like turn into drivers of your project. And of course, here it's water. And I think, you know, we all quite successfully managed to do that. But it's almost like having that diagram constantly in your mind and trying to understand how can I push that even further in all the aspects, you know, the technological aspect, the material aspect, how does water relate to materials? What about the porosity versus, you know, all sorts of things like that that can emphasize more and more in a very comprehensive or integrated or integrative way, the focus on one particular dynamic across different aspects of architecture. So yeah, congratulations on this first comprehensive project.
Yeah, so now you leave me here to second what you all both just said, but also to maybe lead into not further, but what I always try these days to work with is to make, you know, to give the students the understanding of how much of what do I need to do what. So there the quantification of, that's why I asked about the rainfall, right? So how much is coming at the site and how much is leaving the site, and how much, what are the actual sun angles, what are the outside conditions which are creating the inside atmospheres. And I think for me, not living in Texas, that is something which I had to struggle a little bit with your projects. I mean, they were beautiful projects, and you both, Alexandra and Mart, already commented on the integrity of the work. But if you want to push this forward, I think the challenge is to really quantify those environmental forces and develop strategies how to visualize the outcome in space and architecture, that it actually becomes feasible. And that has to do with, you know, how much radiation falls on the site, what's the angle, does the louver work all year, in which year does it need to work, when is the rain falling, what's the climate outside when the rain is falling. those are challenges which somebody who's, you probably all think, oh yeah, I know when the rain's falling, so that works or not, doesn't work. But as an outsider, if you would want to present this work to somebody who's not from that area, I would encourage you to add more of that, not just say this is my sun chart, but what of the sun chart makes your project feasible, right? How do these things relate? And the technical aspects of how you do the structure and the mechanical system and pumping water here and there is directly integrated in those exterior forces. That's where the beauty starts, I think. And you all thought about it, but sometimes it needs a little more quantification for an outsider to understand that it actually works.
Great, thank you. And I personally want to thank all of the reviewers. We learned from your comments, and I thought they were very fair and very right on. I just wanted to ask if the students, if you make sure that we all get together again at 5 today, just for a brief minute, so I can talk to the whole class about just some wrap up things. Are there any comments that the students want to make before we sign off?
Thank you.
Are you ready to go back to sleep now? I think. Okay, we understand. All right, thank you all very much. I think we're right on time. We're actually 2 minutes early. So again, for the rest of the class, our next session starts at 12:30. So again, I want to thank the reviewers and I want to thank the students very much. We all learned today from the insight that you provided us. Okay.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for
See
the
you guys
invitation.
later.
And
Bye.
goodbye to Texas.
Thank you.
Ciao. Have a good time in Germany.
I will do my best. Thank you. Got lots of work to do also. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Cameron.
Hey, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess.
I'm getting some feedback. Is that from me or you guys or what?
I don't hear any.
I don't hear any.
Okay. Let me see. I think we've got lots of people online. I'm not.
That was me. I was playing Jimi Hendrix.
Well, that's always a good thing to do. Okay. I think we're still waiting. Michael McCall's here. Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. We had some fun this morning, and we hope it continues. We're waiting for a couple more of our guests to go. I think I see Danny. Danny,
I am
how are
here. Hey, Michael.
you? Great to see you. I think Judy is with us as well. So we're right on time, and I'm going to turn it over to the students because everything is supposed to work like clockwork. So, all right, guys. So you guys know the order. So I'm turning it over to you. You have the floor.
All right.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right, so I'm Cameron.
And I'm Sarah, and this is the Wellness Center.
So when we first looked at this site in Wimberley, we noticed a couple of key problems that needed to be addressed. They're experiencing a similar problem as Houston with this rapid development and all this new impervious cover that's going down. It's creating some runoff issues in the area. There's also, because of this growth in population, this over dependence on the power grid and the aquifer. There's just not enough to go around. And because of all the new homes, there's some failures in the septic systems, which is causing this toxic algal bloom. And that's causing a hazard for people that want to swim in the local swimming holes in this part of Texas.
Absolutely. And going straight into our thesis, among the ecological issues preying on the Blanco River, humans are at the center of them. Wimberley is facing unforeseen growth, which threatens the sanctity of Blue Hole. And so to combat this, Water Integrated Living Design, or WILD, has been tasked with designing Phase 4 of the park. Phase 4 contains a 16,500 square foot aquatics facility, a 7,000 square foot pavilion, a wildflower sanctuary, and new walking trails. Phase 4 is intended to sustainably provide a natural spa experience while simultaneously improving the quality of the creek and local environment. Our architectural intervention will offset the facility's energy needs, and excess energy will fuel the city of Wimberley. WILD's intervention will give back to the environment and the residents of Wimberley year-round.
So one of the first things that we looked at when studying the site is we did this grasshopper analysis of how water flows from the high side on the right to the low side and the creek on the left. And so we began to think about inserting our buildings like stones in a river and let the water flow around them gently. So then we started to think about what else we could use and highlight naturally that's on the site and how that could inform our design.
And so when we did our first siting process study, which is on the right-hand side of the screen, we found that we could tailor the experiences of each of the programs better if we were to split them by peak seasons. So for instance, the, excuse me, the dry heat saunas and the Turkish baths are very heated programs. And so they're going to experience the most traffic in the winter, whereas the snack bar is very touristy and tourists are usually there in the summer. And so by splitting our programs into two separate buildings, our curated experiences are going to be better for visitors.
So looking at the whole site, we've installed this new road, two-way road on the right side of the screen that would allow visitors from the old Kyle Highway to access the site.
Could you point that out with your cursor?
Oh, sure, yeah. So we've installed a new entry pavilion here. You would drive through and down and past this orchard that we've installed, which is currently a leach field that's not doing anything. And this would be the primary parking lot. And zooming in a little more, you can see our summer building, our winter building, and how we've integrated a water treatment system by pumping water up from the creek here to a retention pond It can flow naturally down the site and down into our second retention pond.
So looking at the site section, this is a sample of the materials that we are going to be using, which we will see better in the video we're about to watch.
Yes, instead of a physical model, we thought we would make you a video render, fly you through the projects, and then we can get into the specifics. So zooming back out to the site plan, you would first enter the park through this new entry pavilion, down this two-way street, pass through the orchard and park in the main parking lot.
So at the moment, there is no ticket requirement in order to enter the park, but should they want to introduce one, this entry pavilion would be perfect for that because it does have a ticket booth on the inside. If not, it doesn't need it. And then the orchard, which is on the existing leach field, introduces peach trees, blackberry bushes, and all those new roots holds the soil together to prevent runoff. And so not only are we trying to prevent erosion, we are creating a new seasonal activity for our visitors.
And so from the orchard / parking lot, you would walk down the trail to the main information booth in the summer building.
So the main organizing principle for the summer building is we want to introduce as much natural ventilation as possible and try and capture those southeastern breezes. And so instead of making one mass, we've split the program into like-minded pods so that the projects can be approached from any part of the site, and there's a direct line of sight to the pool, which is what we're going to see in this section on the next slide. So yeah, you could enter from the patio that we saw at the beginning of the video, or you could enter in this intersection or the pathway between the two smaller buildings so that the building can be approached from all the trails.
And looking at the wall section for the summer building, we're using a thin, light veneer limestone, which is juxtaposed by a heavier, more dense limestone you'll see in a winter building. Also in this detail, you can see how we're letting natural light in through the trellis, down through so that it can down the walls and make the drop ceilings have this appearance of floating, much like the trellis sort of floating above the buildings themselves. And moving further away from the summer building, you would cross over the pool space on this wooden bridge and approach the winter building. So the winter
The mu-
programs, we lose Sarah?
Yeah, sorry, you froze on my end.
Oh.
The organizing principle for the winter program is that we want to cluster resources in this mass. So for instance, the locker rooms contain the most plumbing. And so we put the wet sauna next to it so we can organize those resources better. And then we want to use cogeneration to keep the heat in between the dry saunas and the Turkish bath together so that we use less energy. And so that's why they're clustered there. And then our hydrotherapy pool is actually on the exterior of the building because it's technically the cold room in the sauna experience. But if we go to the next slide to see the section, the combination of having a somewhat heated pool outside during the winter that's still sheltering the north winds with the trellis creates a comfortable experience, even though it is a lot colder than the inside of the space.
And looking at the winter wall section now, you can see that use of the heavier limestone block. And that is actually acting as a screen. So anybody walking on the trails in the park isn't looking into the sauna spaces at you in your bathing suit. And so we're using that space in between the solid wall and the building itself as a French drain at the bottom. So water that runs off the building doesn't end up running off down into the creek. We can actually capture that water, recycle it, and use it on site. And the gap between the trellis and the wall also allows that southern sun to let light wash into all of those sauna spaces as well.
And then the next detail, once it comes up on my screen, just has the radiant heating and cooling tubes built inside the bench so that in all the saunas, there's a consistent surface temperature in that space.
And we've wrapped the sauna spaces in the winter building with a thermal barrier so that with a thermal wrap so that the humidity from that space does not engage with the structural elements of the building.
And so when we talk about the systems inside this building, we are analyzing it through these 4 core values. We want to clean and harvest water. Our materials are locally sourced. We're preventing runoff, and we're really priding ourselves on thermal efficiency. And so our strategy is to embody these values to create an integrated system that works well, but a cohesive architectural experience.
And structurally, we're looking at open web steel joists in both buildings resting on steel stud interior walls. And on the winter building, as I've said, we're using that heavier limestone block, and on the summer, that thinner, lighter veneer stone. We also have a fire exit strategy.
And then our primary heating and cooling system is radiant heating and cooling tubes. And what radiant tubing does is that it cuts the amount of energy needed to run the system down to 11% of what would be required of a typical forced air system. And so through our calculations, we only need to install tubing on the floors and walls of the buildings in order to meet the cooling load needs. But we still have a forced air system, which we'll see on the next slide, just to introduce fresh air into those spaces, but there's no heating or cooling component, so it should still use less energy.
And even at the detail level of the lights, we were thinking about this floating idea. And so we want to surround each room, the perimeter, with these lights and around the drop ceilings to give everything the appearance of floating to be consistent in the concept.
So we've been talking about this water cleaning system, and this is a general diagram of how it works. The original creek water is pumped up to this first retention pond where a lot of the particulates are going to be filtered out, like leaves that were pumped up, silt, things like that. And then it's pumped into phase 1 of the creek water, which has hydroponics in the stream portions. There's no hydroponics in the pool system, obviously, because people swim in it. But after it gets through phase 1, it goes into phase 2, which is that second retention pond where we're using aquaponics, which has the hydroponics and fish to filter out the rest of those particulates. So by the time it gets back into the Blanco River, it will be cleaner than when it was originally there.
and seeing these systems in action. We've got the creek water that's being filtered that goes into our hydrotherapy system, pool, and that can be purified even further to become the potable water for the buildings themselves. And the gray water and the black water that comes from the buildings can then be treated in a water treatment site facility that's on site and stored for later use.
And then further talking about runoff, we've introduced these wildflower fields on the southeastern portion of our site because that's lower than the orchard. And so we want to prevent more runoff in this section. And so by introducing these flowers, we have different types of flowers. We have annual flowers, perennials, so that the seasonality of our project is really expressed in the environment as well as the architecture.
Mm-hmm. And looking back at the site as it exists now, we think that there's a lot of unused potential here. And with the city's current power and water needs and demands, it's just unsustainable. We believe that the city can't afford not to do something with this valuable site.
Absolutely. And that is the end of our presentation.
Comments?
You
So-
made, excuse me, go ahead.
Go right ahead, you're the guest.
Oh, I'm the guest, okay. You made several references to the, how you were taking into account the solar directions, mostly in reference to the sections. Could you walk us through the site plan and explain just briefly what, how you've utilized the north and south exposures for the summer and the winter buildings?
Yeah, absolutely. On our very first site plan, we have some of that climate data at the bottom.
There we go. Yeah, so
What is north on this?
north would be top of the page.
Okay.
And so by angling sort of the summer and the winter buildings as they are, the summer building is catching most of the southeast wind directionally so that it flows around those spaces. And the sun, the trellis is getting that overhang so that in the summer, it just...
Can you point
Sure.
to what you're talking about, please?
Sure. Yeah, so this would be that southern edge there. And so the sun would just clip in the summer with that angle, just clip the edge of the building. But in the winter, it's going to access, especially in the winter building, the winter sun angle is going to flood those spaces with light because of where the trellis, the edge sits.
So you would say then that the winter building is about capturing sunlight, the summer building is about capturing wind flow?
Absolutely.
But what is the winter building doing about wind flow from the north?
So the trellis actually dips down to touch this northeastern corner of the patio, if you can point to it, Cam. And so it's trying to, or it's not trying to, it actually does block some of that wind so that you still experience some of that natural ventilation when you're in the pool, but it's filtering out some of the harshness of it.
But when you say natural ventilation, you're talking about cold northers with lots of cold and inclement air, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can enjoy it because you're in hot water, but you still have a cold wind blowing over you.
Yeah, that's true. But there's precedent for it, like in the Blue Lagoon Spa in Iceland, which is much colder than Texas will ever be. So.
Yeah, I think the precedents you need to look at here are southern Mexico as climate changes. So it's not going to be cold wind anymore. It's going to be hot, arid winter breezes, huh?
Yeah.
Can we zoom out and take a look at y'all's floor plans again?
Of course.
Okay. Maybe both of the buildings side by side.
I can zoom out here and maybe more like, that might be as close as I can get there.
Or we could look at the fire exit plan. It won't have any of the furniture, but they are literally side by side, if you prefer.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, super. I mean, I think you guys have done a good job at looking at things at the macro scale. So at the scale of the site, you know, addressing everything from, you know, how you're going to pull the water through to how you're going to pull people through, breezes, all of that. So at, you know, again, at the macro scale, I think you've made a lot of smart decisions. And at the micro scale, you know, the scale of the detail, I think you're investigating things in a way that sort of supports certainly the aesthetic that you were looking for. I'm a little bit curious, and maybe this is coming back to what Danny was getting to. I'm a little curious about things that happen at the meso scale. You know, the scale that sort of connects those two extremes, right? The detail and the site. And that has to do with maybe the placement of the buildings and the layout of the rooms. So everything else that you've talked about so far seems to have its justification in a very clear and rational purpose, right? This is doing this because we want it to function in this way, right? Mm-hmm. But when I look at the plans, they look a little less assured. That maybe the rationale behind them isn't quite as clear to me. So that you know, perhaps you can argue for the exterior form, right? But then when you get into the interior, your walls kind of, they honor the exterior form, but in a way that creates these sort of odd trapezoidal shapes that don't seem to have the same kind of pragmatic, it has to be this way that the rest of your project does. It seems a little arbitrary, okay? Okay. So can you guys talk about that a little bit? Like what generated the footprint of the buildings and how you made the decisions about where the interior partition, the space dividing walls were?
Before they do, let me just interject that these different rooms, it's a really complex thing because each one of them has a different temperature and humidity.
Okay.
So go ahead, Cameron and Sarah.
But they're still trapezoids, which is a little odd.
Yeah. That's not to have anything to do with the shape. It just has to do
with
Some
of them are trapezoids.
Yeah.
Cam, could you back up one more slide so that we can see the siting process diagrams? Because I think that'll show the organizational grid that we kind of used for these rooms.
Exactly. So there's a trail that exists here. That's sort of where this angling came from first. And then we thought, we had these boxes that were there, and we thought, what if we slant them slightly, and that would make these a little more aerodynamic in the summer building to flood that space with more air to get it to wrap around the building better. And then the buildings themselves are eroded by the water, and the water is shaped by the buildings. And that's how the dialogue sort of happened there, with this sort of bent corner. But
and then when we move to the, sorry.
Well, I think your question was more about the interior walls.
Yeah. Why is that a good Turkish bath, for instance?
Yeah, I think
the Turkish bath is rectilinear, Michael.
Yeah.
So it's the other ones.
The most diagonal walls are in the locker rooms and the wet sauna, and that's to create, I guess, we could flip to the winter plan, but that's okay. The hallway is still straight when you're experiencing it. And the walls in the winter plan for like the locker rooms, there's some irregularities, like in this northern or the top locker room. This tiny locker space has a weird wall. And like I admit, that's kind of weird, but for the most part, experiencing it doesn't feel as off kilter as it looks in plan.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Judy on this one. I actually think that the layouts work really very nicely. I do think that you always get a strange space or two when you do that type of trapezoidal or whatever in the heck that shape is. But if you look down where the core of the bathhouse is really well planned, I think. The dry sauna, the Turkish bath, etc., and the way it relates to the pool, I think, is quite handsome. Actually, I thought your video was a really wonderful piece of branding And I want to know how much the lots cost, but that's another issue. I want to talk at the beginning, you said you were reading your thesis, and I don't think that was your thesis. I think it was your problem statement. And I think your thesis may have been that you wanted these buildings to operate like boulders in a stream, which I think is a rather beautiful thesis. And then you talked about the whole flow of water, and then it was like that was your thesis. So I'm kind of just trying to not be a jerk or something or contrary here. I think that you need to sort of really think through your rationalization, not your rationalization, your philosophical approach to this too, because I think you waited way too long to introduce your 4 core values. And I love your thesis, if my interpretation of your thesis. And I also love your problem statement. I think you've approached this thing in a very beautiful and systematic way. Another thing that's kind of ironic, or I think it is ironic maybe, is that your whole thing is wild, yet you introduce an orchard and mowed lawns, and this bathhouse is like at the Four Seasons or something. It's absolutely stunning. So I think it's the new wild, right?
Yeah.
The new Texas outdoor, where you're going to have to live in more manicured and managed ways and quit exploiting the natural environment and maximizing the man-made or the cultural environments. So you're both creating this opportunity for a lot of fun and interaction, but you're also preserving like the watershed and the Blanco River, and all the watersheds in Texas are so threatened and so important to the future. So I really commend your conceptual approach. And I think I saw this at one of your early concept reviews, and I think you guys have really developed it in ways that I'm really proud of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very sweet.
I have a question about the large roofs.
Yes.
Both the structure of it, which you talked about at the micro scale as being the bar joist, but at the macro scale, we can see these are extraordinarily long spans. And also, how do you manage water outfall from the roof, or water collection in general from the roof?
Mhm. So the buildings, well, start with the trellis. Using a cellular steel beam, the beams only have to hold up themselves essentially, which it is a long span. I think it's about 60 feet, which is the upper limit of the cellular or castellated steel beams. But this is actually the only one that does that span. The rest of these are only about 20 feet apart. And the majority of the rest of the trellis actually just sits on top of the building. It's just this one beam that does that span, and that could even be bumped over, for sure.
The trellis is hung from the bottom of that, so that it seems to float when you're underneath it. So the truss, which is probably 6 feet deep or so, 5 feet deep, or a 60-foot span, is on top of that.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay.
Do you have a section through that?
Not through.
Not through that section where that beam is.
Only this section here. And the other part of your question, which is, what was the second part? Water management, yeah. So the cricketed roofs on the buildings themselves all collect to drains, either the French drain here or the cisterns in the summer building. That water is collected, but water from the trellis just passes through and mostly will fall through into the pools here, where it can be filtered before it's put back into the creek even.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons we went with a perforated trellis instead of a solid one.
So it's basically a shading structure.
Yes.
It doesn't do much more than that.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the things that drove that decision was the evaporation of water off the site. And one of the officials told us that that's their biggest fear, is putting exposed water out. So we introduced this shading device that turned into what it currently is to help protect the water from disappearing.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot thicker than you've shown it. But the one thing that I mean, this is a lovely solution, and I love the walkthrough. It's very, you know, you can imagine being there, and that it's a very nice resort. The one thing that I can't get over, though, is that winter building seems to be flipped exactly the wrong way. That would you not want to protect from the north and open to the south?
It could. I think there's pros and cons both ways. In this way, we're getting that sunlight from the south into those spaces, into the sauna spaces.
Right, but you can still do that even if it were flipped. I mean, you're bringing it in right along the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, where you are, can you go back to the detail of that?
Of course.
It's a slot, is it not? Slot at the top? But yes. I mean, that's a north-facing wall there. So you're not really getting sun there. You're getting...
This would be the south.
This is the south.
I mean, the south is coming. Give me some orientation on this section.
So sure. On this section, the exterior of this masonry wall faces south, directly south.
Right. And where is the light coming in specifically?
Right through here, and this section is not through a window, but there are windows on this side of the building.
Right. But what you're looking out to is a shaded wall.
Correct.
Right. And the back of the wall is in the shade. I mean, I don't know. I don't quite buy that argument. I mean, it would seem to me much nicer in the winter if you're able to sit around the pool and actually be in the sun.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. What Danny's saying is that you're taking all of the warm components that you're already using radiant heating in and saunas and Turkish baths and putting them where they would ostensibly collect the winter sunlight, and then putting the pool to the north where it is somewhat in the shade of the building and is exposed to northern winds. I think he's spot on with that. You got this flipped backward, it appears to me as well.
And I was reading that as a kind of slotted skylight that would bring in the sun into the sauna rooms. But if there were, let's say there is a slotted skylight there at the parapet condition, instead of windows, and you're bringing southern light is washing down that wall from the inside, it would seem much more useful.
I think that's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
I think the original reason that we oriented the saunas on that part of the site was to block the pool from sun, because there is a fear of evaporation because the spring water does evaporate very quickly. And so I think that was the original intention behind it, but you do make it
shading it all as well.
Right, but
so the shading is going to be the main factor in affecting evaporation.
But you could, if it was flipped, for example, you could still shade the water. You could still shade people, but you could expose people as well to the southern sun. And one of the things about winter in this climate is that if you get out of the wind, the radiant heat is so enjoyable. It's just so beautiful to be, even when it's in the 50s, or it never gets down cold here anyway, really, but it just warms you up. The sunlight, it's like beautiful. And I think it's like when animals put their rear ends to the wind, right? It's kind of like makes sense to put the building to block the wind and be able to sit out in front of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What time are we supposed to finish this?
You have, we're doing 45 minutes for each one. So it is now.
Okay, we got 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
Have you guys been to the Wildflower Center?
I have not.
Okay. It might be worth a visit. I mean, whether or not you're a fan of the architecture, the character of that architecture. One thing that it does, and it does really, really well, is it foregrounds how water is collected and channeled and contained in such a way that you really understand how water moves through the site. You know, they have these, you know, really expressive, you know, almost exaggerated gutters. Well, actually, they become
Aqueducts.
thank you. I could think it was aquafloor, and that wasn't right. You know, and they, you know, the water goes through these channels and it drops down into a pool, right? So you're always aware again of how water moves and flows through the site, how it's collected, how it's channeled, how it's stored. And I'm wondering if your project, I mean, because it is so much about how it performs, right? And that performance is in the service of a particular concern, which is purifying the water, helping address the problem as it exists right now. Whether maybe there couldn't be, and I know this is a final review, but an opportunity to be more heavy-handed with educating people about what your project does, you know? So how does it collect the water? How does it move through? I mean, to a certain extent, you've done it. You talked about the hydroponics and the aquaponics, but you know, you've got this expressive roof that maybe could, again, kind of collect and channel water. You know, maybe just being a bit more aggressive with some of the decisions you've made or some of the details. Again, maybe to gently educate the public about really what is the justification for your project, which is how we're going to redress this problem. You know, maybe people would leave here being a little bit more concerned with, you know, maybe they would become a little bit more active, take a more active role in, you know, these environmental concerns in Wimberley, because you've heightened their awareness of them. In a way, it's almost so nice, you know, it's a spa, you know, it's like nature perfected. I think you need to be a little bit more dirty with things in a way, you know?
Absolutely. There were a few moments in our project where we attempted things like that. We were trying to show off the mechanical room, for example. You know, letting people see what's going on and perhaps providing some type of infographic on, you know, what's actually going on back there, or why the wildflower fields are protecting the site from erosion. And I think that's not, as you said, aggressive enough. You know, perhaps we could show that off a little bit better.
You know, it could be something as simple as the way you bring people in, you know, how they enter, how they have to, maybe the first contact they have is with that first retention pond where the water hasn't been cleaned. Maybe you bring them along the length of the these various connected pools. And at the end, you know, they have a better understanding of how your project has helped clean the water, right? Because they've walked the length of it. They see the before, they see the after, you know?
What I love about this project is that there's not a specific entrance. Like, yes, we've introduced roads, 9 different traffic and international roads, but at the moment, the park is used for hiking trails. And so you see all of these trails across this map, and our project can be approached by any way. So I think you're absolutely right. There could be several infographics all over the park so that no matter if you're here to use the pool, the yoga studio, if you're just here to hike, you learn about the site. I think that's a fantastic idea.
Maybe even beyond infographics, though. I mean, if you think about a 5-year-old kid, he's going to understand by the time he gets to the end of the line here, Mom, that water is a different color than the water, you know, at the other end there where we started, you know? So how can you explain, again, the sort of conceptual anchor, the thesis of your project without resorting to text, you know?
One of the things that's really interesting about that, Judy, is that although this is a small building, every decision is not a casual decision. You know, there's everything you're doing here is loaded with meaning.
Yep.
And at the moment, like we saw at the very, very end of the presentation, the majority of our site is being used for soccer fields, but Wimberley is mostly a retirement community. And so there's not a lot of people playing soccer, and the children who do live there usually play soccer or sports at their schools. And so it's really just not the best use of the space. And there's about 6 feet of fill of soil in that spot anyways, because they did so much work to change the topography for it.
Wow.
Yeah, the site looks like it hasn't been touched in 10 years.
Yeah, but they mow it every day.
Yeah.
Well, I have one quick, 2 or 3 quick things. One is that when you ended your presentation, you ended it on the before, which I kind of liked in a weird way, that you didn't show what the existing conditions were till toward the end. But I think you should have followed that slide up with this one. So never end on a down note or sour note, kind of, in a weird way. But you quickly got back into discussing this. But if you were in a public meeting, I would recommend always finish with your best shot, kind of, that really tells the story the most. Well, I do like the porosity of the project. I think that that's very much how water flows. It starts with raindrops, and then the soil gets saturated. And once it gets saturated, then it goes little rivulets, and then it gets into creeks or streams or whatever. I don't know the exact terminology. And this, what I like, the quality.
Hydraulic cycle. It's the hydraulic cycle, right?
Yeah. And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I think your project kind of recapitulates that. Now, maybe not in a as pedagogical way as maybe Judy and Michael were proposing, but I do think that there is that possibility and I like the way that the flow of the land, the flow of the water all sort of works together. But one question I have about your project is, what do you, if anything, do you do about the actual watershed? Is that outside of your scope, or is it something you think about, or how does that work? I'm just curious. You could say, shut up.
I think that's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a little out of the scope of the project.
No, it's not. I think what you're trying to, what you have to say here is that this is an example. The project is pedagogical, and it shows in a way how you're supposed to be able to develop in this area, in the watershed, in such a way that doesn't stress the creeks. And so if everybody did the same thing that you're doing, that should not stress the creeks. That's, I think, what you're meaning, Michael.
Yeah, it is, Michael. And I'm thinking about this in terms of a broader thing, like, the dams have removed on the Elwha River in Washington, and how they're just about to remove ones on the Klamaths in Northern California and Oregon, and how dam removal and watershed restoration, I think one of the most significant is maybe the Hudson, where New York City's water is basically purified by having reevaluated how to deal with the Hudson Valley, as opposed to big plants and chlorination. And I really am curious how you take water out of the stream and then put it back, and all of those things in relationship to the stream, as well as to what, again, you guys, I think is a really wonderful project, and I really like it conceptually. But I'm very interested in how it then works with the stream flow, all those things. Like, if you're taking water and using it, do you scour the creek beds? I mean, what's going on with that? I think I would want to know before I'd vote yes to do this.
Okay. I think we should move on now. I think it's Lewis and Cameron. You're next.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Good to see you.
Here.
Michael, is
Yes.
this a fifth year group?
Mostly these students are in their, this is the beginning, they're in their fourth year.
Okay.
But
of an undergraduate program.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're just entering the advanced design sequence, which is the last 2 years. All right, Lewis, Cameron, are you guys there?
Hello.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Cameron,
I'm
joined by
Luis.
Luis. Um, so the problem we're trying to solve with this project is to provide an alternate space for, swimming spot for the Blue Hole Regional Park. And our goal was to create a sort of comparable experience to the natural beauty of the existing spot. And in order to do that, we attempted to create a sort of more naturalistic landscape with our building. And so that's what you will see here. On the left here, this is the process of how we sort of shaped the building. We start out with the site, we place our program, decide where to put our circulation, the pools, and then we create a point surface from the site and alter it to fit with our program. And these are some of the early sketches of some of the spaces we'd like to create, some more sort of cavernous spaces, and also these spaces that are interior but very flooded with light. Here are some of the precedents we looked at. We have a sort of variety of typologies that we use for our spaces.
But putting the pools inside these mounds was supposed to be is that, I think you used the word before, grotto-like experience?
Yes. Yes, that's a good word for it. Here's our site plan. This shows you a lot of the vegetation, the sort of forms that are created by our building and hills that we form. The entrance is a more sort of typical building. We sort of imitated a lot of the existing structures that the park has, like over here with the sort of limestone walls and metal roofs. Luis, would you like to talk about the renders?
Yeah, sure. The top left render is inside view of it's a view of how the inside pools are gonna be looking like. I don't know if you can see very well, but you can see that all this area of the building is just like a glass box that it's protecting the inside, like the pools from the outside environment, but you're still able to see like everything that is happening in your surroundings. And you also can see on the like in the back of the build of the render, one of the areas of the like one of the entrances to one of the hills of the to one of like the hill covered parts of the program. Then on the right, you're able to see like the more typical looking buildings that Cam was talking about earlier, the entrance building to the right and like the entrance and office is like the right structure, and the left structure is just like a resting area and some snack bar. And also in the back part of this render, you can see like the entrance to the actual complex, and it's on the right and left entrance are the entrance to the locker rooms, and in the middle is the entrance to the laundry. Then on the left, lower left render is the it's another inside view of the Turkish bath. So you can see like in the center, the entrance to the Turkish bath, and to the right and left, like on these niches, it's just like some pools where you can swim or just like refresh yourself. It's more just to refresh yourself. They're not that big to swim. And then on the right is just like in the lower right render, it's a view as if you were on like the top part of one of the hills. That this hill also work as the pavilion of the site, as a pavilion, the pavilion, and you're also looking into the inside pool, to the inside pools, and behind those pools you can also see a little bit of some of the outside pools as well. Then also, can you zoom a little bit so it's easier to explain what's going on? Thank you. Can you go up a little bit? So as I was saying earlier, these these two structures that you see on the top are the more typical looking buildings, or typical looking structures. So you have to the left the entry and waiting area, and as well as the offices, and on the right side, as I also told earlier, the relaxing and snack bar area with also some toilets as well. Then as you approach into the building, you first interact with locker rooms and more restrooms and the laundry area. So here is like where you come in, get changed so you can begin going swimming, leave all your stuff that you don't wanna be carrying around, and then you can like proceed to go again to the outside, to go into the outside pools or walk into the inside pools. And then when you're in the inside pools, it on the other side of the inside pools, you have these two hallways that give like the that indeed create these two hallways that is like where all the programs are, and this is like all these programs are the parts that are like buried underground. So on the left side you have the spas, the wet sauna, and the hydrotherapy, as well as more restrooms. And on the right side you have the Turkish bath, a dry heat sauna, and the yoga gym with more restrooms. Also, well, here in this floor plan, we're just missing the pavilion, but the pavilions would be all the area that it's created with the hills, like it's the top part of all the project.
Here's the project in elevation. You begin to get an idea of what these hills look like as you approach them. And the spaces that are created between them. This is a section running north-south through the entrance building, the locker, the interior pool, and then outside, and then through the dry sauna, and then out the back. And then for this one, it's being cut perpendicularly through the locker rooms again. And you can see how this space becomes occupiable. This shows the structure of the entrance building. We have some concrete walls and steel columns which support these glulam beams which hold up the metal roof. And then there's a limestone veneer on the exterior surfaces of the concrete. And the steel extends.
You mean CMU?
Yes.
Concrete masonry. Yeah.
Concrete masonry.
Yeah. Thank you.
And here you see the steel sort of elevates the roof a bit above those walls, so we have a space for light to come in through these clerestory windows.
Do you want to talk about your detail, or should I continue?
This is the ceiling of the yoga gym. I guess we should mention these vaults.
Yeah.
So the hill spaces, or the hill interiors, are supported by these Catalan vaults.
Catalonian
vaults. And yes, we have the draining through the columns. And here's a skylight detail.
Okay, can just, yeah, to that one first. Okay, so this is just a small section of the Turkish bath. As you can see, it has on the top a thermal broken skylight with cast in place concrete cap. Then as you go underneath it, the first layer that you would see, it's a mirror drainage mat. After that layer, there's a cementous backboard. Then you would have all the like a 10-inch EPS isolation. And after this isolation, you'll find the peel and stick waterproof membrane. And after that, you'll find the actual structure of the building, which will be reinforced concrete walls with Catalonian walls as the roofs. And then in the foundation, you would have, you'll have first a perimeter footing drain, and then also the footing will have a 2-inch XPS isolation. And then underneath the footing, you would find the compact grave fill, and then the compact grave fill will be sustained or like held in place by a substandard soils removed replaced with 3/4-inch gravel over your textile fabric. Then can you show the one to the left, Cam? Yeah, that one. Oh well, yeah, that works too. That's a small detail of how the skylight would work, which is
it's now 11:30, so I mean, excuse me, it's now 1:30, so you guys need to sort of like move along a little faster to cover all your points.
Okay. Well, and then the bigger detail is just how like the structure of the glass would be working on the inside pools. It's basically 1/8 glass with stainless steel for waste spiders, and then on the ground is gonna be held to a concrete slab, and it's gonna be also sticked to the concrete with rooted angles.
Here's a diagram showing how our water system's working. We collect the rainwater off of our glass box, and as well as the hills and the entrance buildings. It gets filtered and purified and is used in our sinks and showers and water closets. The water closet goes to the municipal sewer. The rest is filtered and used to water the landscape. And there's a separate system for the creek water, which we use to fill our pools. Here are our HVAC plans. We have the fresh air, ventilation, as well as the
Heated floor plan. Yeah, right. Then this is the electrical floor plan. We were thinking on illuminating the whole building with regular light bulbs, just like for if there's a need for like extra light in the whole building, except for the more for the top buildings, that was like the normal lighting, and for all the rest of the building, we were also thinking on using plasma tube lighting, like the plasma tube light system or something. That, yeah, those tubes, the plasma tube lightings.
and here is the fire exit diagram. Okay. Let's go back to the floor plan. We are finished.
Okay.
So I saw sections that were the north-south section, the long north-south section, and then a section through the locker room. Is there a section that cuts across the two wings? An east-west section?
There is not, no.
Seems like that's the crux of your whole scheme right there. The elevations are very nice. I mean, they give some description of that, but really not very much.
Could you go to the water diagram? Maybe that shows it a little bit.
That's very diagrammatic. It's not very representative of it, I don't think. Here you sort of see that space.
Right, but I want to see the section of it and what those interior spaces are doing relative to these masses of ground and retaining walls holding the ground back. The one thing I'm reading from the plan is that these buried portions of buildings are really quite complex geometries and a kind of different family of geometry than these retaining walls, but that all of those kind of angles and facets and creation of interior space at the expense of underground space means that there is a lot of extreme waterproofing problems. I mean, can you not design these things to minimize perimeter area? Because the perimeter of the underground portions is probably the most expensive thing you're building. And also it's going to be prone to failure because it's almost impossible. Like, is that the Turkish bath is the angular things up in the upper left? Those little angles in between there. Extraordinarily difficult to make waterproof. So it's like you're not really describing the things that are the most important to your scheme. and you're giving us a whole lot of information about things that are not very important. I mean, they may be important to Michael when he's going to assess how successful you've been at it, but seems to me like this, is that looking at this space between things, or even the views and the corridors that look through those windows in some places, and then they're solid in other places, would be an important thing to really look at.
I agree.
Okay.
I mean, I'm torn. There are aspects of your project that I think are really, really interesting. I think the initial exploration that you guys went through, where you wound up with these mounds, I thought that was pretty compelling. But then it just kind of stopped. You know, it was like, here are the mounds, right? And maybe I think there's a lot of stuff going on that you're not telling us about. Like why the mounds are surrounded by water. Is that because the mounds drain water in a particular way? You know, what generated this really articulated, almost faceted, you know, paths, ponds. There are a lot of decisions here that you made, and I don't know how or why you made them. And maybe that's not important, but the fact that you didn't even talk about what that particular language was bringing to the project makes me a little uneasy. So that's why I'm saying I'm kind of torn. I think I want to like your project quite a lot, but I don't have enough information yet to be able to do that.
Right.
I mean, you go from a very orthogonal, almost conventional plan at the top, the entry where you bring people into, again, you know, this sort of your exterior ponds that are covered with the glass pavilion. They have a completely different language that I'm guessing is supposed to evoke a more natural state, even though it's actually quite artificial because it's all built, right? And then you move into this other kind of almost more pure geometry, right? The circular baths, the semicircular baths, the orthogonal baths, the one with the 6, you know, the gear looks like a gear. So again, a completely different language. Maybe we don't need to know why you made these decisions, but I think my other comment would be, I haven't seen enough of your project to know what, to be able to make a decision about whether or not those decisions were good. Does that make sense? I don't know enough about the spaces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know kind of enough about the character of the project because I don't think you've given it to us. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, one of the things I'm thinking to sort of follow up on what people have been saying so far is that I'm not sure why you're not just all in on dirt, kind of like, I'm curious maybe if the rectangular buildings were perhaps even rammed earth, and that I'm not really sure if I understand like the best way to bury stuff, right? What are the best shapes to get buried, and how does dirt really work if it's going to shelter and cover and do all those things? Are those shapes really logical in terms of your building process, you know, just in construction process, so to speak? I really rather like the vaults because I think that those do make sense and do work. I'm wondering if, you know, it's a catacomb-like process or an earth mound process, which is really kind of timeless, right? And so I just really don't know why, you know, like Judy mentioned, the two geometries, the buried and the burying, I'm not sure how they're married together and the purpose of, in terms of things like constructability. We already touched on the waterproofing, making all those extra surfaces. But that being said, I mean, I really like the image of the images that I see of the project, as I approach it in the landscape, I think is super intriguing and has the potential to be really beautiful. The idea of burying something, I don't know if this is the right climate. I don't know if it's the right geometries to be buried, and I don't know the logic in it. And I really don't, could you explain what happens? Does the pool have a glass ceiling too? That's because Hillary didn't win the election, right? Oh, never mind, bad joke.
The interior pool?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a structural glass.
No,
box.
it could be built. I mean, I understand Norman Foster would build it, but it seems like it's one of those, I don't know how many, $1,500 a square foot buildings or something kind of. And then I'm wondering why, because isn't it going to just toast you in there?
Well, the idea was that it would become a space for use during the winter.
As a
When
greenhouse,
it would be too cold to swim outside, you would have the interior pool to.
Okay, and then during the summer, you walk through it still though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So is there, maybe you could just open it up to the breezes or something? I mean, it could all be, you picked the Apple store in New York, the one in San Francisco has those, like, what are they? I mean, how big are the sliding glass doors, right? So, I mean, you could do that if you were going to propose this type of architecture. So it was transparent.
Francisco, yeah.
And summer enclosed in the winter. So, but why did you pick? Okay, like if I look at this, I go 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the rectangular. We'll just say that's one geometry. You have the kind of curved one. You have the gear-like ones. Why did you pick so many geometries? Is there a logic or a reason, or did they work well for the program, or what?
Yeah, it was more because of the program.
So if you were to build this all above ground, would you keep that same geometry? That's a trick question. Forget it. That's just.
That's the perfect question. That's the perfect question to ask.
But yeah, okay, maybe.
Well, I think this project needs some, it's still kind of diagrammatic.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think the comments have been right on about, questions of you have to really firmly understand why you're doing what you're doing to be able to develop the project in a way that solves some of the technical questions that have been asked.
Yeah, I think it needs some sort of core belief or principles or concept that you can then be faithful to.
Yes.
And that's what
and I mean, it seems like you're kind of hitting around circulation, or there's this kind of central chasm, but then the two circulation spaces off to either side of it. I mean, it seems to me that central chasm is really the space you want to make the center of the whole thing, and that it's the center of the circulation as well. And that the kind of craggy faces of it is where you put all your money, and then these kind of gradual grassy slopes off to either side. My favorite drawings of all of these are the elevation sheet. And that sort of gives an indication of what that could be. But when I look at the plan, it's not really about that, about understanding that as a kind of central space where that's made by the water flow down through the center of it, presumably.
It's like the plaza potentially.
Yeah. And did I understand you actually enter the glass box from off to the side, right?
Yes.
There is no clear sense of circulation and hierarchy. You enter it from the side, right?
You enter through the locker rooms, and there are also entrances through the side.
What that central thing is the laundry?
Yeah.
I mean, that to me, that looks like the entry. It's like you enter at the middle, you pass through this kind of geometric field, and then you, instead of going off to the corners to get into these two buried arms, you actually reach all of these things by moving through the center of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like everything you do thwarts something else you've already done, or some possibility you have, instead of capitalizing on it.
I think those are fair observations, and I'm going to have to move us along though to keep us on schedule. So we have one more to do, and Riley and Anna, you guys are have the screen.
Hello.
Hi.
Guys, same space.
Yes.
Yes, we are
roommates. Let's see. Why is it blank? Is it glitching for y'all?
We see a black.
We see black screen.
Now a white one. So
That's
Mike,
odd.
you didn't give us annotate privileges, did you?
Would you? Miro is blank now.
Okay.
I think it's just I think it's taking its time loading. We can see your
Some
Miro.
of those diagrams and intro, but nothing else show. Oh, there's a line around it. Hey, didn't you ever learn how to compress your files, you guys?
We have a PDF of it. Maybe we'll just do that.
Please.
Refresh the page. It might work, but either way.
Sorry, it was working a second ago.
Does that work? Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, maybe.
Michael, who is Anna's partner?
Riley.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, my name's Riley.
Okay. Hi.
Okay, it's up now.
Okay, great.
Oh, I saw this morning. Yeah. I'm all ready.
Being slow on going to the full screen mode. Gotta love that.
Sorry.
Okay. Should we try screen sharing from your laptop?
Yeah. Sorry for these technical difficulties, but I'm gonna try my laptop.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be Zoom if we didn't have one of these technical glitches in the middle.
How was your morning? Did it go well?
Yeah, it was fun.
I told one of your students to tell you how hurt I was that you didn't invite me to the mid-review.
You were on the mid-review.
You didn't have another one after that?
We had a bunch of technical reviews.
Oh, I gotcha. This is looking much more.
Can y'all see this?
We see a bunch of slides now.
Yes.
It looks like a little museum.
You got.
Okay, good.
I think you have to click on them.
Okay.
When you want to start.
Okay, sorry for that technical difficulty. We were not expecting that.
Now we know who has the good laptop.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we got a slide.
Okay, good. So I'm Riley.
And I'm Anna, and this is our Aquatic Center and Spa.
So after we visited the site and kind of analyzed everything, we came up with these issues that we determined, which are overuse of blue hole, poor ecological development of the park because of bad drainage and some algae issues, overcrowding of Wimberley, and unused space on the site, and an overall just disconnection between natural and man-made elements. So for our design, we wanted to solve these issues by creating a new naturally spring-fed pool to relieve the overuse of the blue hole, or like to provide another outlet for people to come visit and not bring a lot of harm to the blue hole. And we wanted to create a microclimate between the building and site, and something that would be a thoughtful integration of man-made environment and natural site, and create a symbiotic relationship between the two. And we also wanted to create a system of sustainable treatment of water and shading and cooling.
Yeah, and so our manifesto is to give back to the people of Wimberley while also giving back to the earth. And we hope to create a sensory experience which allows for discovery and relaxation within the center. And it emphasizes a seamless connection between the natural and man-made elements. We're using more of a low profile to emphasize nature over man-made, and implement this like floating garden idea to prioritize balance in the ecosystem and interweave nature throughout the building through this creation of courtyard and breezeways, and creating like a microclimate within the site.
So these are just some pictures we took when visiting the site of some elements that we liked that were very natural here, and the pathways are very it's really pretty there, and it emphasizes the natural quality of the earth, but there's not really much man-made besides for this. And we also took some inspiration from this thing you can see here. It is like a water fountain type thing, and we were really inspired by how the water flows through it. And as y'all will see, we used it to influence the rest of our design.
And understanding just some of the main climate elements, we have the predominant winds from the south in the summer, and then also the winds from the north in the winter, and then rainfall, which is one of the ecological issues with the flooding, and then pretty average, like warmer temperatures. Yeah. And looking at the site in section, there's this larger site section that shows the slope down to the creek on this end, and our site is being intervened right here in the middle on more gentle slope, and you can see some of the topo lines, and it slopes down towards, this is the creek, and this is that main entrance road coming up with. One thing to note is the greenhouse that's over sort of on this edge seen there also, and we'll talk about that in some of our water diagrams.
Here are just a few quick sketches that we made that kind of emphasize the procession throughout our building. You enter in this grand entrance, and there's this inner courtyard, and we have a lot of a couple of main breezeways that lead out to the pool. And here are also some just inspiration photos we liked that we thought we are inspired by the sensory elements, the materiality, and just the qualities that all of these pictures in these spas relate or convey.
And we wanted to show y'all like an image of just to sort of capture the whole project, showing these main, this is like the entry point with this first building, which is more of a service building. And then this building is more spas and pools and locker rooms and more of the user spaces, with the large spring-fed pool going around it. And then it also goes through the project a little bit with the larger pavilion seen from the underside, more of like a schematic understanding of what that pavilion looks like. And the way that we grouped our program, sort of like I just said, is we have the service spaces lined up together here, with also the entry and snack bar. So that's more like the offices, the laundry, and then entry goes through that point with the roof that is pulled over that. And then the others are the spas, saunas, gyms, locker rooms, indoor pools with the pavilion over here. And the main sort of site diagrams are elongating it to maximize use of daylighting, but also minimizing heat gain in ways you don't want it, but also using summer breezes with these little breezeways here, but blocking a little bit more of the winter winds, and then not creating a dam in the site with the buildings, but using the topo to let the water flow through that. And looking at it as more of like a figure ground relationship, we wanted it to be this interweaving of the buildings, the water, the green areas, while also having meandering through with multiple pathways and connections between all the buildings in here. And this is one of the main central courtyard shots that we made, showing the green spaces with the water and the pathways and how all of that's connected. And there's this inward focus from the buildings on both of the sides towards the center area that's nicely shaded from this building and roof overhang, while still also having some outdoor elements in sun.
So this is the master plan showing over here is where Blue Hole is. And this shows kind of how we decided to place our building on the site. We chose to put it within the bigger site, and there used to be soccer fields here, which we decided to like take away because they seem to be not used, and we wanted to take advantage of that space. And we also wanted to take advantage of the slight slope that happens around here to like allow water to flow down that into our pool system. Here is just a closer up view of our site. And because there was a lot of space in this area that wasn't being used before, we wanted to implement some orchard space and wildflower spaces that they're more just schematic ideas at the moment, but we thought that would be a good element to add. And this just showed we wanted to keep the building somewhat close to use the existing parking. So that's kind of some reasons why we placed it where we did. Here is our floor plan showing how first off, how the buildings differ from the shape of the roof in plan. As you can see, the roof outline is dotted, and just showing there's a lot of shaded areas or shaded walkways by the roof, which we really liked, and there's a lot of south shading on the south side to prevent from.
What are in the different buildings?
Oh, yeah, well, I'll show. So this is the office and the snack bar, and this is where you pay, you get tickets or whatever. And then here, this is the locker room over here, which we intentionally put, sorry, I'm gonna go back one. The locker room is right here. And we got a lot of comments about having it secluded and not here, but we liked the idea of having it be between these two spa buildings. This is the hydrotherapy spa with the two pools. Here's a gym and the two saunas and a Turkish bath and two spas. And this is just like maintenance, bathrooms, some more office spaces and laundry. And so we liked the idea of having this in the locker rooms in between these two spas. Here are just some closer up views of those. And
looking at a detail of a section of the gym, which was shown right here, just for a reminder. We wanted to have this window sort of at foot level, so you get little glimpses of the spring-fed pool that's outside, while also not having too strong of lights or distractions while you're working out, but still letting some of that daylight in. And so there's this metal framing lintel and a aluminum.
How tall is a person?
Window. This is at what is it, 3 inches equals a foot?
Yeah.
This larger one. So I think the opening is close to 2.5 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It's a foot wide. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just a detail showing that the pool and the gym and the like wood floor with also the radiant flooring beneath, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Yeah, and this is just also showing how the locker room it leads into this spot and the meandering paths. Here is a rendering of this is in right here, and there's also a skylight above, which is shown right here.
We got inspiration from some of the like grazing lights seen in some other spa spaces like thermivals and how it lets light follow that wall. And then we also wanted to use this glass brick system to let light in, but also it creates a little bit more of privacy and more of just a unique like textural element. And looking in, so this is a detail of that grazing sort of skylight and how it fits with our wall system of these steel beams and then that skylight. And then also we have some glulam beams, which we're going to talk about a little bit more in some of our other details. And looking at our project in elevation, you can see more of our like materiality. You want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, we you decided to use concrete and with timber paneled roofing. And these concrete walls are sheer with steel columns inside, which we'll talk about that later. But yeah, these are just some details. And we also implemented this wooded paneling on the inside of the courtyard, which allows for some plants to grow on there, which we liked.
And structure, some of the main things to note are, so there's this like grid of columns, structural grid, and then we have these like concrete shear walls, providing strength from those winds coming from that direction. And then we have more of this roof structure that follows the plan of that, but then this roof framing that's overlaid on top of that within a aluminum or metal roof. And more of just a schematic structure of the pavilion with this castellated steel system with steel purlins and tension cables pulling that back for the cantilever, and then this like layering of wood lumber members that are spaced out to filter light in, but also add an important acoustical quality for that space beneath. And that's a big area for them to hang out under near the spring-fed pool. And looking into water systems a little bit, we are collecting rainwater on the roof, and that is stored in cisterns. There's 50,000 gallons worth of cistern storage that then goes through a filtration system, carbon filters, charcoal filters, etc., which then becomes potable water, which is pumped into the spa spaces and the bathrooms for sinks, showers, spas. And that gray water is stored and used for irrigation, but also used for the water closets, which then becomes black water, which goes to the living machine wastewater, which I talked about a little bit at the beginning, that greenhouse that's slightly off-site. And then there's subsurface soil disposal east of Deer Creek. And so the rainwater that's collected on top of that greenhouse is pumped this is more than municipal uses for city water, treats wastewater, and it's put in cisterns for irrigation. And then also rainwater collected on the site and then the bioswales is used in the creek that goes to the pools and then goes back to the creeks, which you can see a little bit better here. The rainwater collected, used in the cisterns, that's filtered, goes into the bathrooms, locker rooms, spa spaces, indoor pools, things like that. And then it's taken off-site as black water, but then here's like the spring-fed pool where it's coming in from the creek, but then it's also going back to the creek.
So here are just some of our mechanical systems. We use the radiant heating and cooling system which is in the floors, because it's good for the environment, and just Professor Garrison is thinking that it will be used a lot in the future, and so we were encouraged to use a system. Here is just showing the layout of how those tubes fit in the ground under the cement, and here are the different zones. This is the HVAC system plan showing how that works. Not super interesting, but we did decide to integrate the HVAC in the floors of this spa building and in the ceilings of the rest of the buildings, just because we didn't want to have a drop down soffit in those rooms. And for lighting, we wanted to kind of create a singular language in all of the spaces based off of these light fixtures. As you can see in this plan, there are just a few pendants that we put in these places, and some recessed lighting that we liked that kind of is emphasized here in pathways, in hallways and stuff like that. And this is just a rendering in one of the bathrooms showing how we would hope the lighting would look. And this also, the locker rooms have clear stories, which also allow for daylighting and privacy.
And then we just wanted to have a quick fire exit plan to show how you get out of all the spaces. Pretty simple.
And then in section, we haven't talked much about this, but our roof is folded, and it connects these buildings that are not, these three buildings are not actually connected, but they are connected, I guess, by the roofing, and which allows for these two or three, I guess, breezeways between. This is just a cut up section of the one before. Also showing how the water intersects in the building in section. And then this is a crosswise section. You can see the folded roofs again here. And this is the main stream running through the building, and then the spring-fed pool here. We also implemented the pathways that are over the water are kind of hanging or floating, I guess. And this is how we detailed those with 2x12s, I guess, or 2x8s. And then we really love the idea of these glass bricks.
We got inspiration from that from the Commodore restaurant by Kundig, and we liked the idea of using that in a spa space and sort of that, I guess, foggy silhouette you would see behind it.
Mm-hmm. And so here's a detail of what that section would look like. With the glass bricks, we would use a steel fin every, I think, 10 feet to support this wall. And then this is a steel I-beam with this glulam beam in the back and 2x8s. And here's just a closer up detail of that, how that wall system would work. And
we also wanted to show some images of what sort of those sensory aspects look like that we really wanted to emphasize, of like sound and what like the waterfalls would sound like in the fog, and the atmospheric qualities that would provide, as well as just like different textures and light, things like that. And this is our last image, but also another thing to emphasize the sensory qualities and what that would feel like. And yeah. Oh, here's a quick video walkthrough.
All right. Thanks. Comments?
So
yeah, good. Sorry.
You started by describing the natural water flow across the site, but the way I understand the water circulation is that it's generated primarily from roof water, or how does the site water movement work in a general sense?
I guess we can go back to some of these plans. I'm gonna go back. Okay. So most of the spring fed, the pool water is coming from the creek. It's being pumped up, but then it's also being returned back to the creek. But then more of those like interior, like bathroom uses, that's coming from mostly rainwater, but also just water being stored in the cisterns.
I'd
What
really
about
like
the site water that's running across the site? And when it rains and most of the water is moving across the ground, is that something you're capturing?
Yeah, the idea was to have bioswales sort of on the outer sides of the site that would capture that and utilize, since the slope is primarily this way, use that for these pools and let it sort of flow through.
I mean, the reason that's relevant to me is that the geometry of the buildings and of the pools and of everything you've made basically is a very orthogonal, mechanical kind of geometry. And just, when you finally showed the roof scheme, it's like, okay, there's something kind of natural about that. But why did you make all of the pools so rigidly geometric?
I think one of the
And there are contours there, right? You're building retaining walls to hold the water, again, irrelevant as to where the contours are.
Yeah, I think one thing we definitely talked about a little bit at the beginning was that we wanted it to like be an intersection of man-made and natural, but we didn't want it to be too far on the side of looking natural, of just like throwing
Right,
curves.
but you went totally the other way.
Yeah, definitely. But I think still using some of the natural elements of water and green spaces rather than just like making the form follow the topo.
But I mean, it would be useful to contrast, to contrast a hard edge of a pool with a more geometric edge, say, formed by topography,
Yeah.
rather than building retaining walls everywhere. I mean, the walkthrough was very compelling, but it looked more like a corporate park than it did a being in nature. And I wish you had shown me the roofs earlier in the scheme. I mean, you did that quick look at that cantilevered roof, but I wasn't even clear where that was until the very end of your presentation.
Is that the pavilion?
Yeah, and where is that on the plan?
The pavilion would be over here. So it's cut off.
That's the cantilever thing.
It also cantilevers over this a little bit for the entry point.
Right, but what I'm getting from the ground level plan is completely different than what I'm imagining from the roof level plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the contours of the roof, if this is fair to say, are more interesting than the contours of the ground.
Yeah, I agree.
And this is another one of those cases where I think your manifesto and your project have what is it, sort of a cognitive dissonance. That the idea that, well, first of all, let me step back a second. I really think that you guys have done an excellent job. I think that the consistency in both your graphics, your presentation, your aesthetic, everything's very, very nice and everything. But I'm not convinced that I feel like you've done that thing that you said you wanted to do, which I'm not sure is possible, of kind of making man-made or cultural and what might be considered natural. But I don't think this is a natural site. I think this is a man-made site in general. I mean, you're inheriting not quite a brownfield site, but certainly not a greenfield site.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure how your manipulations or the way your operations in terms of trying to create natural systems in a man-made field are really reading or are actually being done. And that's something that I think is probably the weakness of the project. I mean, there are a lot of strengths to it. It's really, I mean, in fact, I think if you had a different manifesto, it might be easier to say, wow, this is a great job, because it does have wonderful geometries that are very coherent and clear. And it's very, very, well thought out. The walkthrough, I thought maybe not corporate, but it did have a kind of an institutional quality, maybe like cultural center or that type of feel that I'm not convinced is the wrong approach to this project. But I'll say one last try to resolve what I'm trying to think is that it isn't what you said you set out to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have a view that shows the roof structures from above of the whole thing?
This?
Oh man, you need a rendering from up here.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think there's a lot of thought and a lot of accomplishment and a lot that you guys should be patting yourselves on the back for. A couple things. I mean, I think you did maybe, I think there is an interaction between the natural and the man-made, in the sense that whenever you exit one of your buildings, you have to cross water to get to the other one, so that you are always either surrounded by or in contact with the water, right? So, could that have been could you have been more heavy-handed with that? Maybe there were places where you actually had to walk through the water. I don't know. But I think the fact that you are, like I said, constantly moving over and across the water does suggest this integration of the natural and the man-made. I think one thing I find most interesting about the project is that it really is about two different articulated planes. So you have the articulated plane of the ground that holds the water, and you have the articulated plane of the roof that sheds water, right? And if I have any, not reservation, but maybe just critique of the project, it's actually at the level of the detail. So I think your buildings don't support the roof. Maybe they don't sit on the ground. You started to do this with that little strip of window that runs along the floor. I think the buildings are just these things that find a home somewhere between these two planes. And it's how the roof intersects the building and how the building intersects the ground that lets us understand that they're just kind of like these things that slide in there, right? So maybe your clearest story window follows the profile of the roof. The roof always floats, I think that's all that's all you need. And then you talk about the fact that the ground plane is, where you're introducing the natural condition. Should they be orthogonal? Maybe, maybe not. But anyway, I lost my train of thought there, but you know what I'm saying.
I guess what I'm missing is the sense of these pools are sort of terraced layers which spill into each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the point where the spillways are the most interesting part, but to me, it seems like they're kind of static, bounded pools that may be on different levels, but that kind of flow from one to another, and then out the bottom, in at the top, and then cascading down through the terraces and then out at the bottom is something that should be capitalized on architecturally in the same way that that bench that you were so interested in at the very beginning on site has some kind of indication that water flows and goes through a hole into a retaining vessel.
Yeah,
Yes,
About the
my
pool,
basic
Mike.
problem is that the pool geometry is too static. Not that it's not natural or bounded or whatever, but just that the sense of it of water movement is suppressed rather than accentuated.
It's like when you go to a mountain stream and you feel how the water flows from one pond, then it
Right.
goes into a next pond. And I think you could use those as principles without imitating the shapes or making it out of, grotto-like or something. And I think is that, Danny, kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it could be just like this, except that those flow points would be architecturally accentuated rather than.
So that's like the Portland fountain that Lawrence Halpern did.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the extreme of that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that I'm not sure if you meant that you're laughing at us or not, Michael, but in a way that is absolutely true. But I think that the notion of the cascading water is really, it could be the strength of this project.
Uh-huh.
And the same with the flow of people.
if you took the roof and let it be the ground plane,
Right.
the problem I have right now is that the pools are flat planes of water. Whereas if they were as sculpted and as faceted as the roof, like that hole in the middle of the roof there on the right-hand side, that could even become a pool within the pool, right? But if the plane of the pool were faceted, you'd get this incredible gradient of blues, where it's light, where it's shallow, to where it's dark, where it's deep. And it would activate that surface in a way that it's not right now. Like I said, I think for me, it's just the fact that the planes are flat. That's what seems artificial.
Right, but even the roof plane, as interesting as it is, or the geometry of the roof planes, I'm not getting any real indication of how water is collected and drained off of that. And once again, that's the event. That's kind of the main thing, is collecting water on the roof and then spilling it off at points which are architecturally emphasized.
Well, these comments I think are right on, and I think they're very fair. And I want to thank you all. We've learned from you all today and your insight. And I think we have just a few minutes. Maybe I would ask the jurors if they have any overall comments from I think you've just seen 3 projects, but you've probably seen a cross section of what the students have done.
Yeah, I have one thing, Michael, about this type of project and the ideas of sustainability and resiliency and the issues of climate change and where we're headed with architecture in this time frame. And one of the things I know this kind of sounds like horseshit philosophy, but the idea of man versus nature, or cultural as distinct from the natural, that whole Enlightenment sort of project dichotomy, the structuralist, Claude Levi-Strauss or something. I think we have to break that down, and we have to realize that culture is natural, and that those systems that work together all need to work together in ways we just need to learn to be part of what we are really part of, as opposed to trying to always dominate it. And I think when we look at how water flows, we should go to the creek and look at it, and it'll teach us. And while water purifies itself, you look at watersheds that haven't been polluted and channeled and and dammed, or looking like the LA River is probably the most extreme example. And that's what I think resiliency's where it's headed is, I guess I'm trying to posit more the post-structuralist sort of mentality or something, but that's why, anyway.
I couldn't agree more. And to me, it's recently occurred to me that these processes are kind of natural evolutionary processes whereby the kind of more successful solutions are the ones which are emphasized and then built upon. Whereas when we talk about modern architecture, we're talking about novelty. We're very seldom talking about looking at what works and building upon it. We're talking about, okay, everything is fair game to throw out, question, throw out, come up with something better, supposedly better, with very little look at actually what works. And this is our problem because of the way we teach architecture. And I don't know how you teach an approach that really gets at, where our egos are a minor part of all of this, and our creativity and our invention of novelty is less emphasized, and there is more emphasis on, communally what works.
And when you say works, you're talking about performance.
Yes. Well, novelty is good, and I don't discount it. But to say that everything that exists is open to question, even when it works, or without even looking at why it works or what works, is a limited approach.
But beauty and grace are also performative, Michael.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I mean, the question is, how do you integrate the kind of what we understand about nature into what we're creating and culture? I like that when you said nature and culture rather than nature versus man-made. That was clarifying for me. I hate that term man-made, and I've been looking for some alternative to that.
Yeah, I think culture is a good term, kind of.
Yeah, that's okay. And it's
But
natural
one real
too.
quick thing before I let Judy talk too is I really think you guys, I like the projects a lot. I thought all three of them had really strong underlying conceptual frameworks and had gotten fairly far along. And I think that one of the things that happens in comprehensive is you're trying to understand how things get built, and you see how, I mean, for the first time maybe in the school, how construction is part of architecture and how significant it really is. And when you talk about design, it never stops. It's about detailing it. It's about specifying it. It's about, going to the site and make sure it's built right. All of that is design. And I thought that you guys
and come back 20 years later as well.
Yeah.
And that's part of it too.
Yeah.
So your presentations were great, and the schemes were really, really good. And the only thing I would suggest in most of these cases is that what you understood from the very beginning as being important about what you're doing is what you actually present and emphasize.
Yeah, one of my good friends was on one of my reviews, Peter Anderson from Anderson in San Francisco. And we were talking about how you have a concept and you use the concept, to be consistent, and how you look back at that and you say, okay, what am I trying to do? And how does that work with detailing, et cetera? And he came up with this idea about you're faithful to your idea. And I thought it was a really beautiful way to look at it. You're constantly, in your guys' idea, you wanted nature and culture to flow together. How do you remain faithful to that idea throughout the whole process? And I thought it was a beautiful way to put that idea of how a concept guides you.
I mean, I think that's the challenge of the comprehensive studio, is not to give up your faith in your idea when you're trying to work out the literal nuts and bolts, right? That the faith in the ideas isn't even at the level of the nuts and bolts. And it's the struggle that you're going to have when you get out into the quote unquote real world, right? Like, we don't talk so much about the big ideas. It's hard to often sell a client on something that's not physical or three-dimensional, right? The idea. So we have a tendency to kind of, like that's what we use in the office to help us make decisions, but we don't talk about it very much. That's what you can't give up, because that's the difference between a reasonable building and a remarkable work of architecture, right? Like the best architects practicing now are the ones that are still involved in the big conversations. And those big conversations have to do with the faith in the idea, I think. The one thing I maybe didn't hear that I would like to have heard a little bit more of, and those of you guys who have had me before have heard me talk about this, is that for me, material doesn't come in at the end. It's not wallpaper that you sort of slap on the building, that the material itself is there in the service of a larger idea, and it supports that larger idea. So I feel like in almost every instance, I could have asked, why is it that material? Why did you select that material beyond just matters of taste or maybe a stylistic predilection? You should be able to tell me it has to be this idea. It has to be this material. It can't be anything else, because anything else, then the project suffers, right? So, letting material sort of be one of the conceptual anchors of your project almost from the beginning, so it's not just wallpaper.
Great. Again, I want to thank you all on behalf of the students, and this was really great, and it was really valuable for us to hear your insight, and we really learned from your comments. So again, thank you very much.
I really want to thank all the students, and I learned from what you guys showed us too. So thank you for that.
It was nice to meet you too, Danny. Thanks for coming and joining everyone.
You bet.
Right.
It's fun.
And to the students, we're meeting at 5 for just a little while. So hang on. All right. See you guys later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Okay. Andre, you and Hugo are, I think, starting the afternoon session at 3. And I want to thank everybody for, being, running this thing on time. I feel like we're running this on clockwork, and we're not even German. So, again, I really appreciate that on top of everybody. So we're at 2:32 now. So look at that. We're really doing good on terms of time. I will see everybody back again at 3.
Is anybody there?
No.
Hey, Charlton. Oh, that's a still photo. That's not you on camera.
Evan, my man.
Hey, good to see y'all.
What's going on?
Same old thing. Just staying here in my house, locked down. You know, because I'm one of those high risk candidates now. I'm not like you guys.
You've been locked down for 5 years, though. There's Michael.
Hey, Michael.
How's everybody doing?
We're good.
Let me log in here. Okay. I can see that Evan, you're here. Marla, you're here. Charlton, you're here. I guess we're just waiting on, is Cisco here?
Not yet.
Okay, well.
I know he was on Morgan's thesaurus review in front of this one. So he might be transitioning.
I see, okay. Well, we'll just carry on and he can pick it. He was at the walkthrough this morning. So I think he can just pick it up where we're going. And I just want us to get started on time to give the students all the time that I told them they were gonna have. So I think Andre and Hugo are starting off this afternoon. We're going through 3 projects. Andre and Hugo are the first one. So Andre and Hugo, you have the board right now. So I'm turning it over to you.
All right, awesome. So I'm Hugo.
And I'm Andre.
And this is
this is Wimberley Waterscape. And so this is at the Blue Hole Regional Park in Wimberley, Texas, just southwest of Austin. And this park faces 2 issues. One's a micro scale issue and one's a macro scale issue. The macro scale issue is applicable to the Texas Hill Country region, the project is located in. And many communities in the area, such as Wimberley itself, Dripping Springs, Canyon Lake, they face this problem, which is a problem of overcrowding and overpopulation. And the introduction of the waterscape also brings about another issue, which is a microscale issue. The Cypress Creek, which is it flanks the west side of the project, of the scope of the project. The Blue Hole is a sensitive water spot, and the introduction of the waterscape, brings about the issue of protecting the precious resource we have as water, when harvesting in and releasing it back out. And so the waterscape addresses these complex issues by establishing a vertical relationship with water through the harvesting and releasing process, as well as celebrating a building form in dialogue with vernacular Texas Hill Country architecture. Like Wimberley's first ever structure, which is the Winters Mill and the HEB in town, the supermarket that's in the town of Wimberley. So this is a little site map of the park as it stands right now, as well as some pictures labeled with numbers. Number 1 right there is the actual Blue Hole itself. That's the main attraction there. And so that's a very popular spot for people that are in the region, even in the I-35 corridor, like up to Austin and down to San Antonio. Number 3 right there is it's a little bathroom mini pavilion space. So we have incorporated gable roofs, as you'll see later in our project, and that is some site level inspiration in our project. So these are maps of the region that it sits in, as well as the Blanco River watershed. So the Cypress Creek, which comes into the site and flanks the west side of the site, as I mentioned, feeds into the Blanco River, which starts off in Kendall County, northwest of San Antonio, and goes down to southeastern Hays County in San Marcos, and joins up with the San Marcos River. And so along the Blanco River, there are also some other spots such as Pleasant Valley Spring, and then up Cypress Creek, there's Jacob's Well. And these spots are all facing the issue of overcrowding, which our project seeks to take on that issue. So here's some climate data to take into, we took into consideration in our project proposal. So Wimberley is, of course, it's in the Texas Hill Country, but it's close to I-35, so it's in the what's known as flash flood alley. So while the area gets about 32 to 35 inches of rain annually, there can be some anomalies, you know, of close to 60 to 70 inches, you know, on records, and 50-inch rainfall seasons are fairly common. So plenty of rainwater to be harvested as well to use in our building. And then the wind was also another important consideration to take into account. Many of the winds in the Central Texas area come from the southern direction. It can be south-southeasterly, as well as south as the second most common, and that played a role in our building's orientation, as you will see later in the site plan. And then there is the sun diagram to the lower left. The sun passes generally to the south of west and east, or due west and due east. So we positioned some photovoltaic panels in those sort of directions to harvest in that power, that energy. And so here's some inspiration. So we have the Seabird Island School and the Government Canyon Visitor Center by Patcal Architects and by Lake Plato Architects, respectively. We studied those for gable roof incorporation. And then at the top right, there is the Verdura Spa Resort in Sicily, down in southern Italy, right along the Mediterranean. And so we studied that for the site purposes, as well as the vertical relationship with water that we've been studying. And then at lower right, there is the Hugo, do you want to fill me in on this? I blanked out on the name. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
This is the
Springs.
Huh? Yeah. Krause Springs. Thank you, Professor Garrison. I blanked out on the name. I'm sorry. And this is just west of Austin in Spicewood, Texas. And so we looked at that for purposes of like saddle, you know, cradling the artificial creek we have going on our site, to sort of mimic the feel of being like on a creek, such as Cypress Creek. And so here's our site plan. I don't know if it would be possible to zoom in a little bit more to get into scope, but it's good. It's okay to view from aerially too. Perfect. So the red line, of course, is the property bounds. That's the scope of what we're working with. And then the Cypress Creek is way off to the left. You can see it at the very top left corner of the screen. But you come in through one road and it makes a loop through the site, and the road comes in from the old Kyle Highway, which connects the city of Wimberley to the city of Kyle, where it connects to I-35. And the loop goes around the site, and currently in the middle of the site, it's just unoccupied fields that were designated for sports fields such as soccer and tennis, I believe it was. And we decided to take advantage of that space, especially since it had a slope, so we could incorporate pools with many levels and sloping pools. So we have two pools, one to the western side of our building, and then one to the eastern side, and they're connected by a artificial creek. And the site is mainly oriented in a southwest and southwest northeast axis, with some some transverse axes and disruptive axes that don't quite follow the orthogonal or the perpendicular nature. And for the most part, this allows us to channel in some of the southeastern wind into the main gallery at the center of the building, which is the hub of activity that goes on in our space.
So these renders incorporate some of the experiences and feelings that we initially envisioned with the project, which was a series of revelations as you move through. And as you first see it, it's a more wooden structure, but then as you move around, well, it's always a wooden structure, but as you move around, it becomes a lot more open, and gradually it shifts. It becomes a threshold between a closed space and the very open gardens from the east to the west. And these renders make it physical what we originally envisioned, and then we continued moving this through our project as we moved along.
So this is our the sequential design process from where we started to where we got to roughly our current building form for the proposal. And so at first we decided to really make the building in dialogue with the axes of this path that follows the road loop and makes a walking trail loop in the park. So we decided to make the axes, come into the building, that the building is actually incorporated. They can blend into the building, they can merge in. And then we, we added more volumes that follow these axes, as well as added in the slope roof forms and the pool to the southwest side of the lodge or the building. And so here are some, massing models that we went through several iterations. And Hugo, if you want to go ahead and chime in.
Yeah, so, sorry. So these were just massing models of some configurations that we looked at. We experimented with a bunch of different things based off the strategy from before. And in the end, we stuck with the form that you see there at the bottom. And this will continue to evolve a bit, as we're about to see. So going on through the processional aspect of our project, the way we saw that it fit to work was that you'd arrive and walk in and meet everybody that in your party or whoever you wanted to see at a forecourt at the front. And from there, you'd move into the Waterscape Lodge and either experience whatever's going on the inside or move out to the pavilion, to one of the pavilions or the gardens at the east side. In the gardens, you can also move around through the artificial creek to the bottom pool, and you can also see the storage containers for any excess water from that our building will collect. So moving on to the interior processional axis, you can also come in here from the north the western side, as shown here in the first half of our first floor plan at a bit of a smaller scale. You can see the glimpses there at the bottom, but here is another view of it. And here is the main gallery, the big part of our project that we really wanted to focus on, the threshold between enclosed and open, natural and man-made, or not man-made, but concrete. And there's these little, the trees making up what seems like structures on the outside, and then the blocks of actual rooms on the inside. The second floor is a bit of a different story in that it's completely man-made. There's not much, it's completely rigid. There's not much stuff that's natural on it, but there's still the contrast between more open air, free circulation, and more rigid blocks of spaces, defining use in spas, saunas, baths, gyms, etc. And as well with the use for the employees of this place so that it's also good for them, because a happy employee is a happy customer and a happy user. In our elevations, more of the initial feels that you get. This top one is what you'd see from the garden area. You'd see the rows of trusses opening up towards the Galleria on the inside. And this would be more oriented for people that decide we want an open day. We want a day in the sun today or something. And then at the bottom is the view that you'd see from the front with the beginnings of the roof structure that is so important for our building and would also be for the landscape. In section is a bit more emphasis of the contrast between the unenclosed open circulation spaces and the room spaces that you'd see. How on the top it's pretty much uninterrupted, and at the bottom you start already seeing these forms. And in these other sections, it highlights a bit more the room spaces, more so focusing on them rather than the movement through the building itself. But these are still these rooms that everybody would walk through and circulate in the picturesque views that we showed previously. And in the end, this is what the design turned out to be. But the design is not the only important part. There's also these systems incorporated into it, such as our structure. We have this big roof and we wanted to hold it up with big trusses. We have all these truss features that are shown throughout the interiors that you'd walk through in the Galleria, and you look up and see these trusses, or you'd see these glue lamp columns sticking out and highlighted. And with these structures, we moved on to, we started exploring on how this could be built. One location that we really thought important was our roof balcony, which is where we focused our detailing aspects and then some others. So it contrasts with a lot of the typical detailing that would go on in the building because it makes more use of concrete simply because it's holding up a lot of water, but still it's one of the more interesting details. Makes use of a mixture of concrete, glue lamp, some aluminum and steel joists and channels. And moving on to the roof structure here, to the roof detailing, which is right above that, also showing a little bit of how we aim to catch some water to be reused in the building. And here's the pool in closer detail with everything that goes on in it. Back in the gallery, if you might recall, there were some doors opening on the outside, and this is those doors in some detail for you. It's some bifold garage doors. Well, they're called garage doors here. They're not used as garage doors, but as bigger doors. They're able to span the 15 feet and do not cost $60,000 like a previous door design that we were looking at.
So here is a foundation detail of a concrete slab with a footing and a glue lamp column going into it right by the artificial creek on the southeast side of the building of the lodge. And this is a window plan, storefront window plan detail going into a wall intersection over by the hydrotherapy pods.
And this is the water systems that we see for the spring water for the pools, for all the pools that we have. So it's a circular relationship. Water is pumped from the blue hole all the way across the top of our building, across the north side of our building, and from the east side to the highest pool, which is this one here. And from there, it flows either through the building or through the artificial creek, and then makes its way towards this bottom part here, where it's pumped back out to the blue hole. And since this is not put into use in any interior systems, such as these spas, saunas, or showers, it's still uncontaminated by what might happen in those places. For our roof structure, where it's so massive and so important for our design, we also made it extremely important for the water collection. So like the previous spring water system was a circular relationship in that it starts at the creek and ends at the creek, This one, it's circular in the sense that it's collected, and then eventually after a series of recycling, it's reused and reused endlessly, or it goes back to nature where it would be evaporated, recollected, and all that. So we wanted to really make some use of the water because, like we spoke about before, Blue Hole is suffering from all the people using it constantly. And if we didn't make some use of some recycled water system, we wouldn't really be solving the problem. We'd just be adding a little bit of a short workaround. In total, these are about 20,000 cubic feet of water that we expect to collect on a 90-day period, or 151,000 gallons. So those tanks that you saw on the outside are really big, and they're for this.
So this is the fire plan, or rather the fire evacuation plan. There are 3 main escape routes. One through the foyer on this screen, it would be the center left, and then one down by the interior pools and locker rooms, which is bounded by a 2-hour firewall. And there are also 2 fire cores. They're both 4-hour rated. And then right above that one is the 3rd escape route to the south side, what would be the south side of the building, as well as some fire extinguishers all spread out through the plan here. So here's the electrical and lighting systems, and also some RCP incorporated into that. And so at the top right, I'll start with that. That's where the photovoltaic panels are located on the roofs. As I was discussing earlier, the sun path was taken into account for the location of placing these panels. And then to the left here is a lighting catalog of lights lights and fans that we chose to incorporate within our building. At the top left is a fan made by a company called Big Ass Fans. And it's a 14 diameter fan, covers a wide area, and goes about a little bit over 100 revolutions per minute. And then 4 other lights that are pretty energy efficient, and they're all scattered throughout the occupied spaces, the interior spaces of the building. And then here are the HVAC and radiant heating systems. At the top right are the radiant heating tubes. So the biggest difference you'll notice is that that center gallery will have radiant heating, but no HVAC, and that is due to the bifold doors that open, and they're pretty much open for the entire year. And so in colder months of the year, perhaps late October to early March, you may get some cold drafts coming in, and so radiant heating would be needed in these areas, but not necessarily ventilation, as there's never direct sunlight, but there's always ample ventilation. And then at the top left is a cross section of the radiant heating and the fresh air and return air ducts going into just the fresh air duct in the hydrotherapy pod area.
And so we're back at the beginning, but now at the end, with a vertical relationship with water and this endless and a somewhat endless expanse from the pool. And from our central idea for the project, with the whole water systems and flowing in and out in a circular relationship, here we see it again. And this has been the Wimberley waterscape. Thank you.
Okay, comments? And I noticed Cisco's joined us now.
I have, yeah, sorry, I was a minute late, but I'm here now.
I'll start it off. I have kind of a background with this project because I was the actual architect on the park itself. Ooh. And so I kind of know this area a lot. The one thing I was kind of concerned with is you're not really paying homage to the original park or to the creek, really. I mean, you know, it seems like it's its own project over there. And I understand why you put it where you did, because it's flat, and that's kind of where the soccer fields are, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So with that said, I mean, I wish there was a little bit more homage paid to the original park. The second thing is, I was wondering how you came up with so many different roof shapes. I mean, that's going to be a roof contractor's nightmare. What triggered all those different shapes?
Originally, we were looking at simple gable roofs, such as the like at the HEB, for example, in Wimberley. But then we got some inspiration from, what was that, Professor Garrison?
Right, elevation. There you go.
Okay. But then we looked at Patel Architects, and Hugo, if you want to add in, our roof design began to evolve from that.
Yeah, we always wanted the roof to be, well, we started with the gabled roof idea, but we always wanted it to also serve for rainwater purposes. And as we got some feedback from our first mid-review suggesting to look at the Seabird Island Ranch from Patel Architects.
Because when we were working on the original park, it was real important that we maintain kind of this hill country style, vernacular, whatever you want to call it, the materials, the roof shapes, all that. So I think you mentioned that to begin with, but then when I started seeing some of these elevations, it's starting to look a little like this could really be anywhere. I mean, it's in all these roofs are really just confusing to me. And I'm not sure that you needed so many different shapes to get the rainwater harvesting that you're looking for. But that was my main concern with it. This is kind of like a sculptural building, but to me, it doesn't, all the different roofs don't make much sense to me. And can you point out where your solar collectors are? Are they built into the roof? You mentioned PV.
I think that's the exuberance of youth.
Yeah, well, I understand. And I'm not young anymore, but yeah, I understand. And this is a design class, so it's not going to be really built, but I kind of look at it from the realistic standpoint.
Yeah, no, I noticed how complicated the roof was when I was making the detailing for it.
Making the
But-
one detail. Yeah.
But the PV panels are here. There are these gray rectangles here, more located on the southeast side. We noticed it was a bit harder to make it 100% efficient, always facing south. So we settled with it facing in locations where it would face the stronger sun more times than not.
Okay, thank you. And my last question was, I read the program and it said something about spring fed. Well, this thing is going to be spring fed, but your diagram didn't really show the spring part of it, did it? Where you showed the water, the route of the water.
Yeah.
Could you explain that then?
Yeah, let me just pull it up here.
There was a kind of a schematic that showed the.
Yeah. Sorry, it's being slow for me.
While they're looking for that, is the notion of it being spring fed something that is studio wide, or is that specific to this project?
Yes, no, it is. So we're pumping water up from the creek, and it's a spring fed pool in the tradition of Texas spring fed pools. And it's supposed to be an alternative to the creek so that we are taking stress off the creek, the number of people.
Okay.
And Michael, that'd be a great idea, because that'd be some good flood control, which that park actually needs. Wimberley gets hit by those big floods from Blanco and all. So that might be a way to kind of mitigate some of the flooding.
Yeah.
So this again is that spring water sheet.
So the dotted line you see is an underground 8-inch pipe.
Okay, I got you.
It's more so showing how the spring water flows through our project rather than how it gets there. But yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned my last question. I'm sorry. The heating system. What is the power? What's the source of the heat for your heating system?
Let me go there.
For the radiant, right?
Yeah.
The radiant. Yeah. What is the source for the heat?
So it would be. It would not be spring water. It would be either recycled rainwater or any additional rainwater supplement.
How do you heat the water is what he's asking.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Were you thinking gas?
No, it's a heat pump. And by the way, that the water in those pipes is 83 degrees when we're heating and 66 when we're cooling. And it's
Okay.
a variable, so that it's computer controlled, so it's always above dew point.
Okay. I thought he said there wasn't any air conditioning. There's no air conditioning, but that does condition the air though if you put cold water in the system.
That's right. It's chilled water.
Okay, so it is conditioned. Okay.
And what is it chilling? Is it running through the floor, or is it chilled?
Yes.
So what type of, is it concrete floors, or is it?
The floors at the first floor, yeah, it's mostly concrete floors, and then with the pipes on within a concrete.
Those are 3/4 inch PEX tubes that are in there. Concrete.
Yeah.
The foundation detail can show that one on. Yeah.
So this one sheds some light on it.
It's that one right there above the rebar.
Yeah. By the way, we're using this system that Eric did in the Mueller HEB.
Okay. So it's buried like 6 inches in the concrete?
No, it's right at the rebar, tied in with the rebar.
It's right at the rebar, about 3.5, 4.
Okay.
And I guess that needs a pump, right, to circulate that?
It does, but
yeah.
But it's pumping 4 gallons per minute, but it's a very small pump.
Yeah.
And each zone has its own pump.
Okay.
You might want some insulation underneath that slab if you're going to heat and cool using it, just to get that energy up into the building rather than.
You think so, Cisco? That temperature of that earth under that slab is 70 degrees.
Yeah.
And we're running 66-degree water in there. Do you think we really need to?
Maybe you don't. Yeah, I've always seen it drawn that way, but I don't have a lot of experience with.
I think they insulate in colder climates.
Okay.
So we've gotten a lot of the details and vignettes moments, but I don't really have a great sense of your building programmatic flow, except for where the entry is. Can you spend a little bit of time on walking us through the program relative to the plan?
Yeah, go to the floor plan. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So sorry about that. The idea was that you'd walk in and you'd be greeted with this foyer where you decide where you'd proceed, if you'd go to the garden or if you'd go into the building and make use of the program there. And the program there was focused on spas and saunas and water-based activity. It's an aquatic facility, waterscape. But on the first floor, it's more service-based. You get into the galleria and you'd go to the locker rooms and get set up there. Or if you're for whatever reason missing the appropriate supplies, we have a shop there for you. And then after all that's said and done, you go to the actual spaces, which on the first floor plan, we have some hydrotherapy pods just right facing the artificial creek. And it's the idea of combining this sort of mental therapy that you're looking at and you're just relaxing, looking at it with the physical therapy that's going on there. And then above it, it's more specialized, more focused directly on these programs themselves. There's Turkish baths right in the center there, combined with some dry saunas here and a wet sauna, which is shown a lot in our details and one of our elevations. And also some offices, like I said before, and some gyms. And finally, we have a smaller third floor plan, which is a spa, which also incorporates that sort of mental therapy idea that you'd be looking out and just relaxing just by that nature as well.
Where's the laundry room?
Oh, that is, first floor. It's a service space, so we put it in the first floor right next to the beginning of the pools.
So this is the first floor.
These two are the first floor.
These two.
So we wanted to show some context, and with the scale that we were working at, we wanted to both show context and what's going on the inside. So this is part of the first floor cut out from here at the bottom, as well as the pavilion that we had since the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a compromise, either not show enough or show a lot, but keep it split.
Yeah, actually in this view, I'm looking in parallel with you guys on your file that's on, I guess, box.
Mm-hmm.
And so on the file in box, I can more clearly see what's water and what's not, because the blue is showing up on the box file, because I couldn't see the artificial creek.
Oh, it's not showing up?
At least not in my zoom view, no.
The blue is very faint.
Yeah. So actually, now that I look at this on my laptop, simultaneously as looking at this on my iMac, I can see it makes a little more sense now. What's the importance of the artificial creek?
So we wanted to replicate a feel like being on the Blanco River or being on the Cypress Creek, what people in the region have gone to so often, rather than just a pool, like a circular pool or a square rectangular pool, giving a sort of creek feel, not quite a lazy river if it's not a loop, but giving a creek feel would make people feel as if they're just right on the Blanco or right on the Cypress Creek.
Can you go to your site plan?
This one shows it as well. Yeah. And the idea was also that we can't replicate Blue Hole. It's the best experience there, but it was also to give some people something new. Like some people might have, a lot of these people have already come here before. So this is a new experience for them as well. And also for the more, I guess, radical Austin Spring Breakers who want something that's that everybody can see them doing. So the artificial creek is more open than Blue Hole would be. They want a really public life.
Yeah, so for me, I think your gallery is where the organization and maybe the experience is the strongest in my mind. I'm looking for my annotation tools, but I can't.
I don't think we have annotate buttons on this meeting.
Okay. Well, anyway, I can use that idea that there is a clear, large space that's double height that organizes like all the people, not everywhere in the building, but a lot of the experience of the building is organized around that space, right? You enter into it. There's a whole series of different rooms that you might access that come off of it. And I have to say, I like a little better in plan than in these renderings, but as an organizational device, I think that is very strong. And I couldn't agree more with Evan Taniguchi about the roofs. Like I kind of wish that gallery space was a little more prominent in the exterior massing, because right now, when you look, at least as it appears from your axons and elevations, the activity of the roof actually disguises the importance of that larger space within the massing of the building, right? It's just in these views, it's just another place where you have a folded roof and those folded roofs are happening everywhere else in the building. And so, this is one person's point of view, but if I were you, I think if you had taken that space and pumped it up a little bit more, maybe that's what gets the roof, and the other roofs were a little less active. That would help establish its prominence as a major space where that organizes your experience of the building. And then also, it's situated at the edge. You look out over this this water landscape that you've created from that space. This piece, this little wing that comes off at a 45-degree angle, to me is too large. Like when you saw it in the axonometric drawing, I think it gets in the way of that relationship between that important facade and the water landscape. I know you have some spa spaces in there, but I wish that wing that stuck off was, it's as it is now, it's like 75% circulation anyway. Like maybe just the spa spaces are there and they're aligned with that hall, so you don't have this big volume of building Because when I'm in that space along that hall, I want to be able to look out into this landscape condition, which is really one of the primary intentions of your project. And I think that would be the place where the link between the interior condition and the exterior condition could be strongest. So I would minimize anything that blocks that connection between inside and out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would agree with those comments, and I'll kind of jump on the back of what Cisco is saying, because when I was sort of reading your initial premise and also listening to you, like one of your main ideas is dignified and noble, you know, and that translates from your building. And I can understand from the plan a little bit about how that's working, where you have, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my idea is that, you know, Blue Hole was being sort of abused. And so you're bringing this sort of vestibule of a building in here to sort of protect it, but also connect it and give people a different option. So that is preserved while you're sort of enhancing it. So I can see that in your plan, but I feel like the dignified and noble starts to break down when you look at the roofs, and also sort of the overall, like what Cisco is saying about that main bar that's sort of trying to do everything, making that transition, is that there's somehow that could get pumped, sort of be the dignified and noble barrier, and other things happen off of it. And that the systems, like all of the systems that, you know, you're integrating into it, the rainwater collection, the solar, the radiant, all of those systems start to organize themselves along that main sort of idea of sort of dignified and noble. Whereas I do feel like that maybe what Michael said previously, which is like the exuberance of the roofs and all of these little things that are starting to break off, may they detract from that for me in some ways. You know, it gets to be too much, and that maybe circling back around to your original idea. I also feel like in some of the details too, like I was looking at the roof overhang where you have your pool, right? Like even in the systems where your trusses are, I think that those could be simplified. Like there's some idea that truss continues all the way through instead of stopping at that blocking. And then you have like a 4-foot overhang that comes off of that blocking that I'm not sure how it actually suspends itself. Whereas if you start to think of even throughout the systems where they start to simplify, I think you might begin to have something that works a little bit more towards what your original premise was. But there's a lot to integrate. Like I understand tremendous amount of work. But I think if you started to circle back around, that things would simplify along those lines.
Edit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the common denominator. Is like there's some really strong, there's a lot of handsome things happening here. But I think editing is probably a good way of looking at this. But I would also say, in a way, from an experiential standpoint, I think there's probably stuff still lodged in your heads that you've worked on that didn't really come out in the presentation, because that I still am lacking a sense of what the experience is like. And I think Cisco made a really great point about the hierarchy of spaces and how they would inform the roof line, for instance, and the idea of that galleria, what makes it a galleria. I mean, it's an interesting term to use. I think you use the term lodge, galleria, some other terms, waterscapes there as well. And I think a lot of that just needs to be filtered to an essential, I think, a point that you're trying to make. I found myself a little confused by some of the terminology that being utilized, like what's man-made versus actual, things of that nature. So I just think it's there. It just needs to be filtered in a certain sense. And I think that that galleria space, I think it's interesting, Cisco, the comment about how it doesn't seem, it's more appealing in plan than it is in some of the renderings. And I think what is the question is sort of like, what is renderings conveying versus what the plan in a very straightforward way seems like it's a very accommodating space, and it helps organize the building very nicely. And the renderings are somewhat informative, but I think they're not as cohesive necessarily as what you see in the plan, I think, in a certain sense. So I think filtering, it seems to be a very, I think, apt phrase to use or to hang on to, some editing, but it's not just about what we see, it's about what we're hearing as well.
I don't want to cut anybody off, but I think it's time that we move.
Okay.
Stay on schedule.
I will say that I would applaud the amount of effort and work that I see. I really give us a lot to think about and to talk about. So thank you much for that.
Yeah, we may
Thank you.
think your roof is complicated, but based on the axon, I have no doubt that you guys know how to hold it up. It's that was an impressive.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Emily and Michelle, you're up next.
Thanks so much for the review.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm Michelle.
I'm Emily.
And this is our proposed idea for Blue Hole Reimagined. These are just some site photos that we took, and after visiting the site that we felt like embodied the important aspects from the takeaways that we had. One of the things that both of us noticed after visiting the site was the tranquility of the area and the very like grounded nature. And we felt as though it was really important to create a minimally invasive structure that effectively blurs the line between interior and exterior spaces. And after exploring the site, we felt as though a combination of curvilinear and geometric form was the best way to engage the site in the most effective way and mimic the natural patterns and atmosphere that the surrounding trails and water create. So like Hugo and Andre talked about a little bit, one of the issues with our site in Wimberley is that with the rapid population growth, there's been an increase in flash flooding and toxic algae bloom from failed septic tanks, and the surrounding environment is really not upholding well with all of the rapid population growth. So the purpose of our studio and the task that we were given was essentially to create the next phase of the Wimberley Blue Hole Regional Park, and to create an infrastructure that not only revitalizes the surrounding area, but kind of takes away some relief from the overcrowding that happens at all of these swimming holes and popular spots around the area.
All right, so this mood board is really intended to just capture the main goal of our project, which is to create an architecture that's really authentic and genuine to the site and evokes like a lot of emotion and utilizes a lot of texture as well. So this was sort of our first step in the design process, was capturing more like artistic precedents that we felt were going to be important when designing this building. So kind of going along with authentic architecture and texture, we really wanted to focus in this building using natural materials, locally sourced materials. So we're going to be using things in this project such as natural limestone, wood, and even down to natural linens in the finishes of this building to really create that like holistic experience.
Sorry, the next slide is loading. So this was kind of a large site context map that we did. This like purple area over here is where Blue Hole Regional Park is. So we really wanted to kind of show the surrounding environment, and we zoomed out all the way to the nearest highway, which is I-35. And I think this just kind of gives a really good depiction of the amount of green space in the area and how like there really is kind of a lack of infrastructure and how important that is to the site itself. And we also have a few site analysis charts on here, annual precipitation and average temperature and other things that we took, wind patterns that we took into account while designing, which we'll kind of go into a little bit more detail later when we're working in plan. This is the kind of existing site map of what it looks like on the site today. So over here is where the Blue Hole Water Creek is.
and the entrance to it is right over here. And then we're working primarily on this site where right now there's existing soccer fields. And over here, there's a large leach field. And as you can see at the top, that's a general north to south site section. So you can see that the slope of the site is pretty gradual. It's very, very gradual.
So when developing a form, we initially kind of grabbed onto a really natural, organic, and gently sloping form like we saw in the site. And this sketch on the left, or my left, I guess it's your left too, sorry, is kind of a take on incorporating a new architecture to existing like blue hole natural architecture. And we knew we wanted to utilize some sort of accessible roof structure that would encapsulate smaller interior buildings underneath it. So we looked at the site, and this diagram, or this process diagram on the right, shows how we pulled from the existing trails, and from pulling from those certain circulation paths, we were able to find different points on the site that we felt like were going to be high traffic areas. And from that, we created our roof structure, which includes two ends that are sloping down to the ground and are meant to be wandered on. And then the rest of the roof structure kind of vastly covers over the interior structure, which we'll see later on.
Yeah, and I think another thing that is kind of important to note here, in addition to kind of taking the lines of the trails, we noticed at the actual Blue Hole swimming hole that the architecture put in there was also a curvilinear path, and it had a very organic feel to it. So that was just something that we felt we wanted to maintain that relationship in the form that we were creating, which is kind of another reason that we decided to stick with this like combination of organic and rectilinear. So this is our new proposed overall site plan. As you can see, the Blue Hole swimming hole is over here where the creek is shown. And then this is our general roof structure with new existing paths, as well as we extended the parking on the area to meet the needs of like the additional flow of people that would be visiting the site. And we're envisioning that this kind of existing leach field would be turned into a flower field and temporary like sculpture garden space. And we added some additional like entry buildings over here as well. And we'll go into a little bit more detail on the roof plan, but this just kind of shows you how our structure is sited and the relationship that it has with its surroundings.
So aside from us knowing we wanted this kind of organic sloping roof form, we also took from the kind of random thin placement of trees on the site. So this image on the left is sort of like a diagrammatic concept image of using or the concept of using really thin columns to support this structure, an attempt to make it feel a lot lighter, but also to make it feel as if you're walking through this sea of really thin trees that are currently present on the site.
So this is a structural precedent that we took some time to research, and we also felt that it was important to include in our presentation before we kind of go into the structure of the roof system that we decided to create. So this is obviously a very massive structure, but the general structural elements that it's using, the wood truss and column beam structure with steel supports, is something that we like started to really want to integrate into our roof structure, our accessible live roof. And one of the things that this precedent does really well, it spans up to 100 feet, and also it includes the use of skylights, which is something that you'll see we wanted to include in our form as well. So we just felt like this was good to have in here to kind of see that this structure is something that's been done, and kind of show like the general idea of what we wanted to accomplish, especially because it uses the material that we are incorporating as well.
So just jumping right into the structure of our building, we applied basically that same technique. So we have a 10 by 10 grid system that is supported by a array of very thin 6-inch steel pipe columns. And obviously they're very small, but very frequently placed. So zooming into this kind of plan view, you can see like the array of columns that almost act as a secondary support to this structure, because it does kind of act as a space truss, in that it doesn't need like an exactly regular column grid to support it. And then we have a column beam detail connection in the corner to kind of explain how what that kind of relationship looks like. So like I was just talking about, this structure practically works as a vault, and two ends that are connected to the ground are what are alleviating a lot of the forces from this building. And so this is just a super diagrammatic concept of how that would work in real life. And this is kind of like what we're assuming. This is moving on to the interior buildings that are found underneath this roof structure. They are completely separate from the accessible roof structure. So they have their own timber truss structure that is kind of like resting on load-bearing walls. So it acts purely independently from the overarching roof structure. And we kind of did that for a variety of reasons that we'll get into.
One of the biggest things that this allowed us to do is we didn't have to worry about waterproofing the overarching roof structure. We could have that waterproofing system in like the general flat roof. And we talked a lot about it like through the process of design, and we felt like this kind of created the most beneficial form for us. So going into our roof plan, like we've been talking about, this roof structure is an accessible live green roof, and it's loosely designed here to where you can kind of see the trail extends onto the roof. And we're envisioning that these 2 points right here and right here are where the access to the roof system would be, which is a big reason why we added parking over here, because we feel as though there will be like a good flow of circulation from kind of this area on the site. And the two enclosed buildings, which we'll show a little bit later in section and elevation, they create this really nice interstitial space here, which is where we have this like large wooden path that leads up to it. But the roof structure itself, basically the way that we're envisioning it is it's an extension of the green vegetation that already exists on the site. And since we're using local woods, a lot of the strategies that were used in the initial like phase 1 of the park was kind of replanting a lot of the prairie grasses and flowers that already exist on the site. And so something that we felt like was really important and kind of environmentally friendly for the overall structure was to create this like big green like live roof, because it will not only act as like a rainwater harvesting system, but it kind of creates our pavilion space as well. But obviously we just kind of want it to be used as a space that can kind of be made into its own thing. So there are like areas where we can envision people using as lawns, but a lot of it would just be planting in the natural grasses and extending that onto the roof structure. So this is our main ground floor plan. Since we have the accessible roof acting as like our second floor, most of the programs are within these enclosed spaces. So even though this roof structure itself is very curvilinear, our actual like ground floor enclosed spaces are a little bit more rectilinear. We just felt like that was more productive in terms of the spaces that we were trying to create. And the reason that we broke up the programs based off of like how we based them off of private spaces and public spaces. So moving into kind of a zoomed in version of these plans, the one that's to the south is where we envision our private spaces. This is a combination of the locker rooms as well as the 2 saunas and some massage rooms that open up to the outside hydrotherapy pool. And there's this large lounge where the skylight comes in, as well as like a large entry space that comes out to this like interstitial space, as well as like the big, large outdoor pool over here. And then the northern cluster of program is where we are envisioning more public spaces. So we have like the yoga gym space, as well as our indoor pools and our cafe and offices in here. So that's partially why we cited it on the site the way we did as well, because we feel as though there will be like less flow of people over in the spa programs. And so it's kind of like huddled into a corner of the site. And there's like, you can kind of see the materiality of the flooring is a little bit broken up in here through different hatches, but generally this like spa program space is made up of like tile flooring, whereas the one over here also uses some like hardwood, depending on what space we're in, the cafe and the yoga space.
So looking at this building from section, you can kind of see on the top section where our focal point of our building is, which is that interstitial space between the 2 buildings. That's also where our like main ground floor entrance is. So that's really meant to be a moment that really pulls people inside of this building. And from there, they can make a decision on where they're going to go, as well as you can see the skylights that we've brought in that on the top section, if you want to go back up there. Those are really important for us to bring in because we did have that huge roof structure that was spanning quite a few feet over the edge of the interior building. So we wanted to make sure that we were getting plenty of natural light into the middle of these spaces. And aside from natural light, it creates a really nice microclimate within this building. So again, in elevation, you can start to see that like sloping nature of the roof that we've kind of discussed, as well as you're introduced to a little bit of materiality of this building and the kind of natural quality it brings to the landscape. So getting a little bit detailed, this is just a pretty standard detail of the interior section. Michelle's going to talk about the detail of the live roof in a little bit, but this is just kind of showing that truss structure combined with the interior spaces. And this is also a detail of kind of the pool and deck system that we have, as well as a few of the bifold door details that we have. I'm not sure if we mentioned that with the plans, but one of the ways that we wanted to sorry, what is the word?
One of the ways we wanted to kind of blur the line between the interior and exterior spaces, having those like bifold doors incorporated in a lot of the plan. And that also allows for a lot of cross ventilation through the building as well. I forgot to talk about it when we were in the plan view, but like Andre said earlier, the winds generally come from the south. And so the way that we designed the programs the way that they were was to have a general like cross ventilation going through the building. So the yoga studio, the indoor pools, and that like upper northern cluster of program really uses a lot of the bifold doors, as well as the lounge space in the southern building. So in order to achieve the green roof and having it be accessible, we spent a lot of time looking into precedents that incorporate a sloped green roof and like what strategies can be used in order to create this. So we felt like this was important to include just because when we were going through the process and in previous reviews, we had a lot of discussions on this topic. And just like through erosion control matting and just like general pre-made mats, as well as the choice of vegetation on the roof, doing a slope at 20% really isn't that uncommon. So you can see some precedents on the left side. And kind of going into the detail of our roof system itself, it spans generally like at like this section that we're showing, it's a span of 75 feet and it's going up to 15 feet tall. So, and that's where the first like enclosed space wall meets the roof structure. So it's a general 20% slope and it maintains a 20% slope up until it gets to its highest point where it like evens out to a relatively flat 2% slope. But in order to like make this achievable, we felt at the ground connection that adding in a concrete footing and retaining wall.
It's 3:05, so you guys need to sort of like wrap it up so you get enough time for feedback.
Okay, well, this is basically the systems that we are envisioning to create this slope. The green roof detail is pretty straightforward. There's not as much need for insulation because it's not the main roof on our enclosed spaces. Our water systems, like we mentioned before, our roof structure acts as a rain harvesting system that goes down into a cistern. The roof surface area is about 42,000 feet. So with about 4 inches of rainfall per year, we envision about 105,000 gallons of water that can be stored in a cistern underneath and can be used to be like fed back into the pools as well as the different locker room programs. And then there's a little detail over here of how a gutter would be like attached to a sloped roof.
I mean, this is just basically showing we have of course, a similar system to Andre and Hugo. We really don't need to go in great depth of this, but obviously we have conditioned spaces and then the courtyards are unconditioned. An egress diagram, quick lighting diagram.
This is just some more specifics into our lighting diagram, the different types of lighting that we envisioned using.
And renders, so this last section is just a bunch of exterior and interior renders. This one's from that front approach with the cafe. This one is showing kind of where that green roof slopes down to the ground and like what that connections with the pools look like. This is a view from our interior pools, which really, again, is just showing that kind of like forest of columns we have going on, as well as like texture and materiality.
And I think this one is a really good example of like blurring that line between interior and exterior space.
This is the intermediate common or relaxation area in the private program. And again, showing like how much light is being let into the space with that skylight. And this is our last render, and I think it just really captures the energy of the building that we've hopefully captured. And that's it. Sorry that we took a little bit too long.
Thank you, Emily. Comments?
I have to say it's a beautiful project, and the beauty is in the simplicity, but the simplicity is so well thought out. You know, everything works really well together, and I'm kind of amazed, to tell you the truth.
Thank you.
That's a great compliment coming from somebody who's I know is a really tough nitpicker.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The large roof is this. I'm guessing from the renderings that the structure is not exposed. That you have a wood ceiling applied to the underside. Is that right?
Yeah, there's basically just like a thin, almost like a veneer to cover the exposed beams.
Okay.
It's just aesthetic.
Yeah, I mean, I also really like that roof. I'm not convinced you need to let people up on it, which I know you probably want that, but you know, you're in an environment where there's so much real ground. While I completely agree with making it a green roof, as soon as you let people up on it, then you have issues of accessibility and slopes and guardrails and all sorts of things that are going to make this really clean, kind of, I agree, elegant expression of a building into something that could be messier than you want it by the time you sorted all that stuff out. That 20%, is not, you're going to have crisscross ramps with landings and handrails and all that kind of stuff when you get that steep. So that's going to hurt you if you had to draw those.
Oh yeah, I was looking at your details for a parapet detail. That Cisco was saying that. So totally agree.
I have a rail in there. I give them credit for that. It's a fence or something that's set back in from the edge, but yeah.
I was thinking there might be a way to do like a hybrid system, because I know it's also difficult to occupy those spaces and have the actual vegetation maintain and be alive. Like maybe you would have some spaces, like I was looking at the space by the pool, where the grass is coming down by the pool and it's kind of cut off. And I was like, well, that would be a really nice space to have a transition from the roof, like right there, instead of it cut off, like maybe that actually integrates with the pool. So there's a place where there's actual real earth there, and you maybe blur that line with some, plantings or something, so you have occupiable space that you don't have to worry about being a roof, but it integrates. Because that would be my main comment, is I really like the idea of peeling that earth up and sort of letting people slip under it and through the building. But I also feel like there's a more substantial dialogue that could go on, like between the transition from the parking lot underneath that and sort of funneling in a little bit more gracefully, and also with the land, because right now to me it's a nice lift, like it's almost like, oh, it's a nice lift, but it doesn't quite have the dialogue yet that I think you were striving for in terms of like transition from parking to building to the rest of the site. Although I think you've done a nice job with it.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice project. I think that I would need more justification for why you would want to get up on the roof. And if there had been a possibility to locate the building in such a way that if there was enough contour where you would naturally move out from the ground plane up, then I would maybe be more. But it's a pretty tall. You're pretty up there, pretty high. And I was waiting for the big cell that you'd be able to look back towards the blue hole and things of that nature. But I think that it's probably enough that it's a green roof and it's doing that, and it's part of your thesis. And I think that I totally agree with what Cisco's saying. And I think that the one thing that I would suggest, and I think there's some really, I appreciate the thin columns and what they're tying back to. I think that it works pretty well, pretty nicely. I think the more there's blurring, as Marla was saying, the more there's a blurring of inside and out. And I like the fact that this big roof goes over, the roofs that are about the actual enclosed space. But you alluded to some of the doors, much like the first project we saw, having like the ability just to throw open the doors and things of that nature, and that it's more open and that blurring them inside out. The more opportunities that you realize with that, I think, the more successful I think this can be relative to its relationship to the blue hole. And that's a space that's enjoyed. It's organic. It's outside, and if you minimize the conditioned space and amplify the conditions that blur that distinction between inside and out, the more I think this has a resonance with that original thesis.
Okay, well, I think we're probably right on time to go to our third review. So with Fernando and Yasmin, you guys are up. So the board is yours.
A very nice project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Let me share my screen real quickly. Okay. So I'm Jasmine Perez.
And I'm Fernando Avila.
And our comprehensive project is called the Oasis at Blue Hole. And so just kind of to recap and talk about Blue Hole, as you already know, it's facing kind of a crisis. It's Wimberley is starting to become one of the fastest growing counties in Texas. And so one of the major problems that is being faced is that too many people are going and you start limiting occupancies. However, they have such a vast amount of land that can be discovered in beauty. So here are some of the images we took on one of our site visits, just capturing those moments of how the water and kind of not just like the water areas, but also like the trees, the landscaping, everything put together. And then in another part, when we were starting to look into stuff, was like the precipitation, the climate, the weather. It stays relatively the same as it does in Austin. So that was helpful for us in designing.
We also looked at local materials, Central Texas construction, just as a before we started designing, just so that we can make sure we look into the materiality and integrate it into our design and not just at the end. So we, just to mention, we looked at all this Central Texas materials, for example, limestone, which is very present near. We looked at some precedents that we're gonna see right now, which used plaster and adobe, which is what drove kind of an inspiration and further design, which we'll see later.
One thing that we were really interested in also was the interaction of water and these walls in our building and how they could be influenced and kind of determine the overall plan of the building and the movement and the procession of the building that you'll see soon.
And we can just go.
Okay.
Sorry. And we, as Jasmine mentioned, we drew our inspiration from different precedents that had how they worked with water, specifically the work of Luis Barragan and how he uses walls and different massing to separate water and to work with it, and as well as the materiality.
So here is one of the site plans we made of kind of just the overall city of Wimberley. And one thing we looked at was the drainage path and how it came across the city and influenced residential buildings and commercial buildings, and just where Blue Hole sits within the grander scheme of the city. So when designing our project, this is our massing diagram. And so one thing we really wanted to focus on was leaving Blue Hole undisturbed. And since the park already had this vast open land, we decided to just place our site on there. However, we didn't want to just have a site that could just be placed anywhere. We wanted it to relate to Blue Hole and kind of be this man-made feature to then disperse movement throughout the entire park so that not everyone congregates just at the river. And so here we start to see how we then begin to create this compound, we like to say, and then differentiate these spaces based on what is occurring there. So we have our entry, our experiential spa spaces, our more utility spaces, and then the rest. So we divide them into 4 spaces. And then what later influenced the overall shape of our project was how can we then bring in those other factors of Blue Hole of just not just the water, but also these green spaces and these paths, curvilinear paths. And so then we began to test that and see what could we create. And so we were able to create these courtyards within this compound from the green spaces. And then we were able to use the body of water to connect all 4 different zones of our project. And so that's how we ended up creating a more processional pathway from the entry towards the end of the rest space for our project.
Here just, we have a kind of the circulation diagram to your right, and to your left, we just showed how we divided up the program. So to the left, as you can see with the yellow, it's more of like the where the locker rooms and the restrooms are and where the snack bar is. It's a place like an area or a zone of the compound where you go to change, where you go to have a snack. To the right, we have the what we call the wellness zone, or the retreat zone. Sorry, the retreat zone, and that's just a space in our project that we will see later, which is a very private space that has courtyards. It creates a space to the right that has courtyards, and then, well, the pink is just the entrance, and then to the back we have an open pavilion where our bodies of water finally end. And just looking at the circulation diagram to the right, we, as Jasmine said, we knew we wanted to create this fortified compound, if you will, not necessarily fortified, but it's protected by these walls that make you, as you see, we altered the site, the existing sidewalks in the site, so that here, if you're approaching through here, or if you're approaching through some other site, this is the only entrance. And I'm sorry.
Keep going.
We wanted to make this entrance to our site a big experience, and that's why this wall, surrounding wall that we have is actually a fountain that is water falling from it all the time, and it's not only a visual. Now it welcomes you to the water, to this language of water that you're going to experience once you enter the site. And it not only you can not only see it, you can hear it, and then you can even smell it.
And so this is one of our overall just kind of site plan, how it rests and relates, and kind of where everything else lies on the Blue Hole part. And then here is just more of this simplified roof plan. And then you can see these bodies of water as well as they come across from like the entrance to the pavilion. So here is our first floor plan, also just kind of detailing and showing what's happening underneath these spaces. And so as you can see, we try to see where can we both incorporate water into our building. So here you can see that the water flows into the indoor pool, and then how can we also use land to then define these spaces, as here then we used a courtyard to then break apart these buildings.
As we mentioned, we wanted this project to be a total experience since before entering the site, and as you enter the site, and when you're in the site. And it was very important for us to create a platform for people to do whatever they please, and not necessarily a path telling them where to go, since not everyone goes to the site to do the same activities. So that's why we created this central axis, if you will, and then these paths that go across, so that you don't necessarily have to go anywhere if you don't want to. And we're gonna see later in the sections how this experience is being I'm forgetting the word, but it's going down in elevation, and this precession keeps going down, and it's alluding going down to Blue Hole, and going lower in elevation. Yeah.
So up close, just showing these the different programs and just labeling them so you can see them more up close and how they are next to each other. So here's what we consider like more of like the utility type spaces, just the locker rooms, the cafeteria, the laundry room, and then this indoor pool. Here we plan on having different, just kind of rotating windows that can open and close just depending on the time of the year. Since we have that southern wind that we saw on the climate chart coming in, just more for like natural ventilation. And then here is an up close of these spa spaces and how they then begin to relate and play with this body of water. So we have one that rests against right here, and then we have one that then begins to pull into the water and one that allows the water to then be the front of it right here and create just a more private, independent space. And then here's just an up close of our entrance and how then one may enter, and then how you face this wall and then begin to turn around. And then here in these sections is kind of how Fernando mentioned earlier, the kind of play in the elevation, not the elevation, and the change of kind of the heights and where these buildings rest. And then here as well, as you come across the site, then you begin to come down into like the final body of water. And it shows it kind of, I don't know how to zoom in. And then here as well, how these different bodies of water are created and pocketed throughout the site.
This is just an elevation showing the locker room area, just seeing how it looks. And here we have another elevation showing those fountains that we mentioned in the walls, how the water falls and how it plays with the site.
So here we start to show our different MEP systems. And so below are the different kinds of lighting fixtures we imagined across the site, both interior and exterior, because we imagine that not only will this be occupied during the day, but at night or as the sun starts to set, both just kind of how the lighting is going to be used and placed around the site. And then on the next one, we have our radiant heating and cooling system for the site. This is going to be more primarily used outside of those water spaces. So we don't include them all around the building because we imagine that, of course, seasonally, it depends on when people would like to visit. And so we didn't want to put it all around the building. And then on the bottom is just our egress plan on how you exit the building. And so we have the main entrance, but then of course below we wanted to provide an alternative exit through these 3 different exits through the wall that's of this courtyard. And then here we also have like the HVAC system and how it works throughout the building as well, and the different ducts.
For fresh air.
Fresh air. And then here's our plumbing system. So our approach with how we plan to integrate the water and use it is we plan on having the cistern catch all the rainwater and then begin to filter it and then turn it into potable water that can then be used for both the sinks, the toilets, the showers. And then what we plan on doing is having a kind of system that collects this now gray water, this dirty water, and then begins to filter it and uses it as water to then supply for the courtyard and the plants and the trees along there. And then here are just some of the visuals that start to show as you enter and kind of as you move along the complex.
Yeah, it's just a quick render of this entrance and how you experience the site at first, since this is what we direct people to go. So this is just what you first see when you arrive. This is inside. We have inside we have this building that has an indoor pool, which has access to the pools outside and inside. So this just shows how within the site it plays these thresholds where you're inside, you're not inside, and you can swim across experiencing the site, swimming or walking.
And then in this render, it kind of shows our approach and our play of just using different natural materials to create these more experiential spa spaces. And so this is our hydrotherapy room. And then in our spa spaces, as seen in the roof plans, we plan on having natural light begin to filter into these spaces. And then on the opposite side of where the other spa spaces are, there is this pathway that runs across. And we assume that as people move across and are in their going between the locker room and these different spaces, we wanted to create a sense of privacy. So we imagine these courtyard spaces to be filled with trees, and as seen in the plumbing, kind of has, we tie everything together. We have that gray water then be a supply for these courtyards. And then here we begin to show our details. And so this one was just starting off with like the more simple details. These are for like our small spaces that have a regular just parapet and a roof. And then our construction type, we plan on using CMU blocks more because we wanted it to be have better insulation. And then we didn't imagine it to be something that could just be, I don't know, I'm trying to phrase it right, like just broken down. We wanted it to be able to last a long time. And so we just found CMU to be more efficient for what we were wanting for this project to be seen as long-term. And then in one of our spaces, we imagine the spa, the water then from the pool began to filter in and spill into these spa spaces.
Yeah, this just shows how we have this retaining wall since the water is in contact with the building, and it just creates this effect outside as if the building was like underwater or floating, and also inside it creates this effect as the water coming inside, and this just shows how the water is filtered or is able to get inside into these areas or these wellness areas.
And then here's just our foundation detail and how we plan on seeing our more non-spa spaces. So kind of more towards the lobby and the offices, more just the more typical type of construction, just wood joists. And then here, this is what we plan on having as like our roof system for our more utility type spaces. So we have this truss that carries this floating roof, and then we also imagine that to then keep sound in, having these panels that drop from the ceiling to then capture those kind of the sound and everything from the locker rooms and showers.
And this is just a detail of this surrounding wall throughout the site, and how we're able to just pump the water back up and keep it flowing throughout the whole wall. And it just shows the pumping system and the discharge and everything. Yeah.
And that is what we have.
Okay, thank you. Comments?
I'll start out again. Could you explain to me keep that plan up again, please? The one you just had, that one. Can you explain to me the wall system again? The rectilinear perimeter wall is actually pretty tall, right?
Could you repeat that? Sorry, the audio is getting messed up.
Oh, your wall system. You mentioned the perimeter wall, the rectilinear perimeter wall around the whole complex. That's a tall wall. Is that right?
Yes, it's at 10 feet high.
Wow. And what did you give as the rationale for making it so tall? Because to me, it's a nice project, but that wall just cuts it off from nature, and we're out there in the heart of this natural area, and it just kind of just cuts us off from all of that. And then you're trying to do it all in the interior. And then I like the rendering looking down the corridor where you show trees between the walls, but they're not shown in the plan. I think that would help soften up this floor plan quite a bit by adding the trees that you do show in the renderings. But can you tell me what the purpose of that is? That a secure wall? I remember you mentioned something about the exterior wall.
So we imagined it, we kind of wanted this to be a more kind of like a compound where we wanted everything to be kept inside. And so that's why we had this wall approach. But then we also wanted it to connect back to how we have like the running water and the sounds and the smells and the visuals of it. So that's kind of our main purpose of that. And then how can we then have this play on these walls, and then creating both different spaces like the courtyards and then the bodies of water, and how they can all play with it within one another.
And also as well, we wanted to direct people to our site and like they direct them to have to go through this entrance, And once they're inside, they can decide what to do. But before, we wanted to actually direct them in the direction that we wanted. So that's what these walls, the idea behind these walls as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, but you know, before we get off of that, I think you were very much influenced by Barragan, and you think that these walls are also aqueducts. But I think if you go back and look at Barragan again and look at his compounds, they're not necessarily always just like internal. The walls, you know, allow the spaces to move in and out.
So I guess one question, and maybe I missed this, who do you imagine your constituency being? Who would occupy the spaces? Who would be the clients or customers?
Just the people of Wimberley or just any type of visitors. We didn't kind of direct it towards a certain type. We just kind of wanted to create a space that could be used as opposed to just kind of right now, currently a blue hole, obviously like because of the weather, like in the winter can be used, something that could be used year round.
I'm sure.
Well, I guess. Oh, sorry. So I guess what I'm reacting to is, you know, I was looking at the PowerPoint Michael sent us, and I see the blue hole. I've never been there, but I imagine this sort of a open free for all for the community and whomever. It's quite an attraction. But this has an air of.
They limit the number of people, Charlton, to only 60 people per day.
Right, but it's pretty much anyone, right?
You have to get a reservation.
Yeah, but this seems to have like it's more of a resort and spa, and it's enclosed, like it was what Evan's reacting to as well. It has a sense of privacy to it and exclusiveness to a certain extent. And if that was the ambition, that's fine. I just it might be intentional, it might not be. It's coming across that way. It has a sort of exclusiveness to it, and a sparseness to it, and I think there's still some things very much lacking in regards to how the spaces might be envisioned fully, and you fully engaged from a design standpoint, from an aesthetic standpoint, things of that nature. But I was just trying to get my head around whether or not it was a deliberate sense of part of our goal is to have a certain sort of bit of insular nature to it.
If I could answer that, Charlton, we were amazed to find that the average age of someone in Wimberley is 57. And so the original park, which was laid out with the soccer fields, didn't get a lot of use. And once they built the middle school, a lot of that soccer activity moved to that area. So the whole idea of the wellness center was in some ways to appeal more to the demographics of the locals.
Yeah.
Well, the part of the project I think and I'll finish with this. The part of the project I like the most is the idea that you go down. That has a relationship with going down to the blue hole. I think that's something that could have been built upon a little bit more strongly in that regard. Sorry, Cisco. I think I cut you off, Cisco.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. Yeah, but I have some sympathy with this idea of a contained space, and the ground plane is a mosaic of water and land spaces. Like, I think that could be quite nice. You know, normally when you see a walled strategy, often it's to create a different condition on the inside of the wall than the outside. Like, you're in an aggressive urban environment, so create kind of a courtyard because that allows a different kind of space on the exterior that you can occupy, or vice versa. There's a very precious territory that you actually wall off in order to protect it and organize some experience around it. In your case, I think it's the water and perhaps the scale of the space that could be understood as different from the outside environment, right? This is, as was pointed out, this is probably, I think, a beautiful place. And so it's not that you're trying to edit out the beauty of the place, but you want to provide something different. And for me, I think that would be perhaps best used by scale. I wish this were a little denser, or had more buildings, or the courtyards were a little bit tighter, because then you would be really providing a different kind of experience for the people coming in here than the experience they had before they walked through the entry gate, which I think would be a powerful thing, plus the water and land composition. I wish it were more porous. Like, you know, the fact that there's really only one way in and out of this whole project is a little bit worrisome to me. Like, I don't think it's not a security thing, right? You could have easily had 3 different ways in and out, right? Without it really causing a problem. Like, it's not an access control issue as much as it is a ceremonial sort of condition. So even those 3 emergency exits at the bottom, which I think are nice for spatial relief, I don't know that it, maybe I don't understand the program well enough, but if those could also have had a pathway that goes to them so you could enter them, that would be nice. But architecturally, for me, the most powerful moments are the moments like at the bottom edge of this top building, where the edge of the water and the building wall are coincident, right? So the building comes to the water's edge, as opposed to, like, say, these buildings at the entry where there's like a lily pad of land and the building holds back from the edge in all locations. Like, I think that's just not as powerful if you were able to make more of those water edges within the project, like where the wall comes to them, where the buildings come to them. I think that's a little bit more of that would make me happy.
Yeah, I think I would agree with the idea that Cisco's talking about. Like, I can sympathize with the contrasting idea, like having a compound, because I have been to Blue Hole. It's been a while, but when, I was here and younger, you go to Blue Hole, and it is kind of, back then, before they restricted the people, it was just a bunch of people swimming in a hole, and mostly a young group, and it's a little bit crazy, right? Like, there's too many people there, and you get annoyed by people that are there, and it's kind of like that whole sort of water hole thing. And to have a contrast to that might appeal to a different demographic, because I think, going back to there's some sense of dignity and nobility that you want to bring back to this, like the Blue Hole is being disrespected, and so I think you could argue that as a reframing and a new way to look at this and to treat the water. It would make me feel to have some sort of connection back to it, like that you understand that it's a reframing of Blue Hole. Like, I feel like it's very disconnected from Blue Hole, right? Like, you could just come to this place and go there and never even know that Blue Hole existed, right? And that if there was some way to have some kind of contrast or understanding or connection, like Cisco was saying, like maybe there is a pathway at least down, or there's a view down, or there's some reframing in a small courtyard of the, where you get a direct relationship between the difference between Blue Hole and what this is, So I'm missing that kind of connection as well. I also felt like, and this is just a knee-jerk reaction from the beginning, like looking at the compound, I actually kind of like that long elevation that's really quiet. You had like this, here's the elevation, and it was just like, it was very quiet elevation, simple elevation. And then when you look at the plan, there's like this tension of where those arcs run into the walls, and the tension of where there are these very small offsets. And so where Cisco is saying where the water meets the building, I could see that sort of energy moving out and into the landscape. There's some sort of tension that's going on in there that to me feels need to be released, So I appreciate the simplicity of it. It's really hard to do minimalism, right? It's a lot harder to do minimalism than it's to do something that's a little bit more articulated. So it takes a very subtle hand. The other thing I would say too, as well, is that the site section, like this one where you're showing the pools of water, I think is a really good place to start to develop that relationship. Like the site sections that y'all showed at the beginning of the, how the park moves down to Blue Hole, like to actually have a smaller section of this connected to Blue Hole, and have the blue. And I know you guys get like totally focused on your building because there's a lot to do. You're just like, I got to get the HVAC done. I got to get all that stuff done. But sort of circling back around and looking at that relationship. But overall, it's a nice idea.
All right.
Oh my God.
I think we're sort of at the end here. We have a little bit of time that maybe I could ask the reviewers. You guys have been actually very clear and very direct in your ideas. But I wonder if you have you've seen 3 projects, which is a pretty good idea about a cross section through the class. If you have some parting comments for us.
Evan, you're the guest.
I go for okay. I see all the hard work that went into all these, and I appreciate that a lot. There's a huge range of projects, and I like that diversity too. I especially like the drawings where there are some people in them. I had that on my list, and I forgot to mention that earlier. But where you bring the drawings up to life, because they're pretty hard line drawings to begin with. Like I said, if we could add the trees on that floor plan in the last project that we saw, that would really soften up those exterior walls quite a bit. Anything you can do to make it, to bring it to life. And I think the people in that second project, I mean, having those folks in the, the entourage, I guess is what you call it, that really helps kind of communicate the scale and the liveliness of the spaces. That's it, Michael.
Great.
Yeah, I've been sitting here trying to think of a few things to say. First of all, congratulations all of you. Getting through this studio is a big step in your curriculum. So you all should have a beer tonight or whatever it is you do. But second of all, I wanted to echo that point about the schemes being very different. Like I actually appreciated I think one of the challenges of these technical studios is you can kind of skip over the conceptual design part. And I felt like today, certainly in the last two projects, there were strong conceptual agendas that were driving a design that was then kind of thought through at the material and detail level. And I teach some of these studios myself, and it can be a challenge because there's you come in knowing there's so much to figure out that it's often easy to skip over the first part. And so I very much appreciate that about the studio. And then the third thing that is maybe something I shouldn't admit to, but in the natural world, I see water is such a precious resource, and it certainly is in our environment. I have to say, as someone who has detailed buildings for a long time, in some ways, I have an at odds attitude with water. Water in many ways is the enemy when you're trying to detail a building. It's a corrosive solvent that degrades everything, including wood, and you're trying to keep it out in any way possible. I happened to see a statistic a couple of years ago that water infiltration is by almost an order of magnitude the largest cause of building lawsuits compared to everything else combined. And it's a real challenge for us. It was going through my mind in that first project when you had figured out the structure of that roof, that complex roof so well, and what was going through my mind was all the leaks and all the valleys that you were going to be trying to have to deal with. But it is a challenge, and in this studio, I think it's worth mentioning because all of your buildings had water inside as well, and I think there were some really intelligent material choices. We saw some projects that used wood in a really intelligent way, but often that wood has to have steel connections, and those are very, very vulnerable in high humidity.
There were stainless steel connections, yeah.
Stainless steel. Okay, great. Yeah. So anyway, that's not on you. That's just an observation of myself. Like I have a very conflicted personal relationship with water, I think. But I enjoyed seeing the work very much. I think it's a fascinating problem, and I compliment you, Michael, on the framing of the studio.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of work. A lot of work. So I appreciate all your work, and we come in and you have 30 minutes to present it, and we have to comment on it. So I always kind of say this at the end of the studio: take a breath and look back at where you started and where you got, and sort of enjoy the process of not being done. Because a lot of what we talk about is like going all the way through, getting all of the work done, and then you kind of come back and look at your original premise, and you sometimes don't have time in this class to do that, but you get to look at it again and think about how things would start to balance out and inform each other. And it's really, for me, the classes like this are some of the first times you really get to see that overall balance in architecture, where you're just exploring at all different scales all the time, and you're never really done. So, and it's just a tremendous amount of work, and a very interesting project that has a lot of sociological, physical and mechanical and all sorts of different, things to balance out. So it was nice to see the variation in the projects.
I must say that comprehensive studio, trying to do it online is really challenging.
Oh, I can't imagine.
For the students to try to learn things and then be responsible for them at the same time. And we were just sending lots of red lines and emails back and forth. And I really want to thank the students for overcoming that obstacle, because it's really challenging.
Mm-hmm.
I would compliment everyone as well. I agree with all the comments made. I enjoyed the diversity of the projects. The only thing I would say was, we want it all. I mean, you're charged with all of these possible agendas and tasks that you have to accommodate in the studio, but not losing sight of the experiential qualities that you're creating. And in particular, to Evan's comment about seeing people in the spaces, but having a stance about the role of your project in that, and as the original premise was framed so nicely by Michael, what can your project do to take the pressure off of the popularity of this ecosystem, and not being timid about saying, hey, potentially, is this the last project that said, hey, we have a stance that is about certain degree of measured, controlled occupancy. You can make the argument that the first two projects might have a different stance, where they actually could use even more people shown, because they're going to be taking the pressure off of the natural water hole. I think that they could have 3 times as many people in the renderings to show an exuberance of occupation that says this is what it's doing and this is how the ecosystem is benefiting from it. But I think that the experiential qualities were starting to come through, and they could be amplified even more. So in that regard, so tremendous amount of work. Congratulations on the efforts for all the projects we saw. I think you guys did quite well.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. We learned from you, and we appreciate your time. It was really, we really value the comments that you gave us. It was really insightful.
Well, I appreciate their time. So,
all right.
Yours as well,
right.
Michael.
Ciao, everybody. I'm going to talk to the students for a little while. So if you all will still hang on here for just a second. I have
see you guys. Have a good break.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 3 issues that I want to bring up. The first one, Robin Dusick has sent me an email and asked me to send to her which student team that I think should be picked for the Distinguished Design Awards that they do at the end of the semester. And, I just based on the way we've been operating this semester, I think it's better if you all do that. So what I'm going to ask is that you all send me an email this afternoon into which you vote for a team that you think should be the one that represents our studio in the Design Distinguished Award. And the only criteria I have on that is you can't vote for yourself. So as long as you're not voting for yourself,